In your boy, right in the south, man. James on the wheel.
On the phone to get your information. On the phone to get my action. Smooth, smooth, smooth navigation. Smooth, smooth, smooth navigation. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to trust you and know. Take the children crying for starvation, just to trust. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't just phone. You want to know what is happening, my brother, don't just phone. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't just phone. You want to know what happening in the ministry, don't just phone. Yeah, don't just phone. Yeah. Just one. You from Panjama, Maryland to just one. Yeah, to just one. Everything kept on crazy like my brother to just one. You got a small TV, you got a small radio to just one. Yeah. Don't just phone. You want to get a news update? Don't just phone. Yeah, Rastafari. Kiribamba, 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 kiribamba. What I want? Yes, Smooth TV. Yes, Spoon TV, Spoon Spoon Entertainment. All right, I tell you, wherever you are, whatever you are doing, we'd like to say good evening to you. This is your program, of course, Phone Talk, where you want to be at about this time of the night, every night. So we say good evening and welcome to Phone Talk. Your nighttime, I tell you, program focus on Liberia and the rest of the world. Yeah, that's what they do here on Phone Talk. This is the platform where analysts come to break down the news and provide in-depth analysis just for you. My name is Lorena Honoree. Indeed, I am your producer for tonight, the 13th day of February, and we have lots of important information lined up for you tonight. From national developments to international headlines, we will keep you informed and engaged. So if you are there, we are here. We'd like to say welcome wherever you are, whichever country you are watching from, following from, listening from. Please share the show. It's 8 minutes past itself. That's 8 past 8. You also have the opportunity to share your views, join the conversation by calling in and letting your voice be heard. So you just stay with us as the CEO, Stanton Edward, when the rest of the analysts come on to analyze news for you. We also break you some information that you need to know. The training issue today is that the key goes to church. Every corner you turn to, everybody is discussing that. You want to know they're going to go in depth concerning that. We are live on Spoon 107.5 FM. We are live on Fabric 101.1. We are live on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Support TV. We are live on Spoon Talk on YouTube. Subscribe. Make sure you are part of every discussion. Well, if you just got in the country, we'd like to say welcome. This is your program. This is where you come to get all the information that you need to get where it concerns Liberia. That's why I'm going to open the phone lines. Make sure your calls get through. You come and talk your own. We are here to provide a platform. Make sure your voices are heard. Yeah. I think you will not be talking about today. I know most of it is going to surround Prophet Key and other information that you want to let out. We are here to make sure your voices are heard. Again, we say welcome. You watching via the social media handles, and even those who are just listening to the radio, mama, papa, auntie, uncle, cousin. Yeah, welcome. That's why I'm going to open the lines and make sure your calls come through on 077771075 and 05551101075. Please share the show. Make sure everybody knows that Spoon Talk is on. We are live on different radio stations across Liberia. We say thanks to you, our faithful partners, known and unknown. You are highly, highly important. I tell you, very important. Appreciate you. We appreciate the fact that you are there making sure Spoon Talk is shared. That's why I'm going to open the lines. Please be patient. Put the call through and talk to us. Tell us that thing that is disturbing you. Trending, not trending, whatever it is, you want to talk about it. This is your country. Even you are not a Liberian. Yes, this is your show as well. The fact that you are living in Liberia or you are also of Liberia, you want to come to this country to invest, you want to understand the political landscape where it concerns Liberia. This is where you're going to get it. So we say welcome. Again, my name is Lorena Honoré. I'm going to open the lines in just a few minutes. Please just be a little patient.
A special one from the CEO stand coming with the spoon. And your boy right in the south man.
As the song says, just to be a part of every discussion, turn to Spoon, and that is why we want to say welcome wherever you are. Let's hear you now. 077771075 05551101075. Ma wata, ma yata, ma lopu, ma game. Yes, you can call on the show. Use your little button phone. You can call. You can still listen to the radio station 107.5. That is the frequency. Hello. Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you?
I'm good. This is Oscar Sigben calling from Gompasele, Nima County.
Oscar is always in. Okay, Oscar, we welcome you. What is on your mind?
Marina, what on my mind have to do with the officials of government that we elected them to represent us.
Mm-hmm.
Marina, it baffled me that the legislators and the ministers that we have confidence in have to go and buy yellow machine with some trucks and get a metal steel.
Mm.
There's a reason when metal steel come into this country, they don't put effort inside so we can benefit. Lorena, you cannot be a minister or you cannot be a director or a senator or representatives. Then you go buy yellow machine more than 4-5 with some trucks and then metal steel render it for you.
Mm.
How do you take decisions when the people are against the citizens of this country? How do you take decisions when people are not meeting with the application? This is why when Meta is downplaying with the Liberians, our legislation and our government officials do not do nothing.
Thank you, sir.
You can see the road from Seneca to Ikepa.
Mm.
You can see how Ikepa is. Remember, when you reach Ikepa, you'll feel bad of yourself. When Lango was in the country, we know how Ikepa was looking like. But our official government are not doing well for our countries. They are not doing well for their citizens. They need to desist.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you were given your time 077771075 05551101075. Good evening. Good evening. How are you? Good evening. You're live on the show. Speak now. Okay. Well, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Lorena.
How are you, sir?
Oh, thank God. My name is Emmett Hammer, economy of Caxi, Dark Weather.
Dark weather?
Lorena, why is
The weather dark?
Yeah, you call, I'm calling now, we are the place dark.
Yeah.
Yeah. But why is on my mind that had to do with the center of Papa King, second president?
Mm-hmm.
Say, Lorena is sad to tear to all of the people. It is too hard to go to take care of the right of funerals, especially when we respond what you express. So I please, it was said as a deterrent to all of people within the cell, with what is called national issue and insult people.
Okay.
And those things are not good for our generation.
Thank you.
So I'm saying to the Chief Justice for taking our post step. Let you spend 6 months over there. And tomorrow you not do anything because mind you, our trend these days now, they are behaving like a Prophet King. And it's not good stuff for our next generation. So at least instead of teaching the honor who couldn't insult people and you're going to thank you so much for giving the time honor. Let that one you can get on.
You're welcome. You in Canada, is it dark? I'm right there in Monserrato. 0777-771-075, 0555-101075. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Emmanuel Sano Chin. I teach from the Spanish Freeway.
Emmanuel Sano,
Are you getting me?
clearly, what is on your mind?
Yeah, what is on my mind is about President who during the campaign time he said in rather than it will be good I tell the devil to get the power. Since our president tell the devil get the power, since I just tell us that and I do I tell one of the quantity in the whole Africa. What happened to the being private king is Supreme Court? How can you be a reverend and be the player? What happened? The Supreme Court sent the Chief Justice feel like injury issue are taking Prophet Key to the lower court and excuse yourself on the Chief Justice and allow yourself make Prophet Key to go to jail today. Even though some of them out of Prophet Key for what happened today, that brought to the committee nation today around in Africa and what happened in the national scene now, the job was on the back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. 0777-771-075, 0555-101075. If you're there, put your calls through. Let's hear you. Good evening. Wow, check your monitor now, please. Good evening.
Yeah. I want today to tell you people that
What it is?
I had an accident yesterday on the car Estromo.
Yeah?
My name is Karen Estromo.
All right. What's on your mind?
Yeah, what is on my mind is definitely La Grand National Police. I had an accident on the opposite day. In the net. The commander to Omega Purple, the man, we are coming to monitor the man. Why is too much again in the tree? The man tell my team, take me to your perfect job. You feel better, it's not to be, you know. I want to learn for like national police, not give it to us in the country here.
Okay, so your keke still in the drainage?
No, I told the kid up on that. The message I let it out to get there. I can call it, and I let it out to people, and I feel the carrying it. He told me.
Wow. Okay. Thank you for calling on the show. Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, your message went through, and that's what we do. We are here to make sure we provide a platform, and all you have to do is put your calls through, and of course, everybody will hear you. Let's talk to you. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Lorena.
How are you? What is your name? Where are you calling us from?
My name is Nuta Motoba, and I call from 540 when we are Speed Island.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what is on my mind is the Ministry of Transport. I will continue to ring it in the year of the Ministry of Transport, so I really get this step. The gap can be done there, transport first the scene. At least let people were in the interest of the citizen. Something talking people FPRC had to stay. I don't know gap press. Then every day.
Samba 12 APRC now.
No, I think Emon 12.
Okay.
Yeah, for LPRC.
Mm-hmm.
In trying to stay with that gap press, the gap press going out there. Then the third process. So we are appealing to the government. Please, let them try to reduce the if you are fair.
Okay.
I read on my mind tonight. Thank you for the show.
You're welcome. 077771075 call and be live on the show. Good evening.
Hello, Lorena. How you doing, sir? This is Emmanuel Mentor, CJA, the Vice President friend of the Republic of Liberia.
I actually don't mind being called a sir. What is on your mind?
Okay, what is on my mind is commend the president and his son, Honorable Jeremiah Makun, for their work they're doing in our republic, in this country. And also to commend very common about his hard work in our country.
Okay.
But I have something that embarrassing me.
Mm-hmm. What is that?
The country, which the government said the motorcycle shooting plan on the main street. And they are making all kinds of ways that the citizens of the nation that ride motorcycles, they should survive. They open the avenues all over, even to our 540 branch. It has become very, very difficult for the motorcycle in 540. When they tell outside to go and check their motor low to carry home, they can take their motor back and then they say you'll pay 5,000, you'll pay 4,000, and the money which they pay is not going in government revenue. So it's very, very hard. The police, that government tell his police that the work they're doing in this country is only for the ministry, not for the Bible to go when they hold you in that direction, they can tap heavily, and it's not good. They are opening the motorcycle to plan on all of these.
Thank you, sir.
So please.
I know it. I've seen it. All right. Okay. You know, at times, some of you with the information you bring here can also help the government, because Gregory Cuomo is not everywhere. But when you call and you tell him some of these things, you pinpoint, you know, some of what you know, then he sends people to go and counter check. And one thing we know about our hardworking police director is that he is always on the field. You and I know that. Supreme Court slammed Prophet Key with 6 months jail sentence. Our own reporter Melvin Jackson sent in this story. The Supreme Court of Liberia has sentenced Justice Opa Yezen, alias Prophet Key, with 6 months jail sentence at the Monrovia Central Prison after he was charged with contempt of court by the High Court in a landmark ruling issued on Friday, February 13 today. The Supreme Court, in its ruling read by Associate Justice James Etta Howard Wolokoli, said following the 6 months jail sentence, Prophet Key is expected to file a behavior bond with the clerk of the Supreme Court of Liberia to clearly show that he will never use invectives, vulgar languages, or profanity against any member or members of the court. They're just talking about the court. The term of imprisonment is to take immediate effect as of the date of rendition of its opinion and handling term of imprisonment, down of this judgment. Justice Wolokoli said, the High Court maintained that thought, freedom of conscience and freedom of religion are exercised in an orderly manner is constitutionally guaranteed in Article 5B, which states, the Republic shall preserve, protect, and promote positive Liberian culture, ensuring that traditional values which are compatible with public policy and national progress are adopted and developed as an integral part of the growing needs to the Liberian society, she said. Given the expressed language of Article 5B, it can emphatically be stated. Verbal insults spewed out against the Supreme Court Chief Justice and his mother cannot be characterized as a language that should be promoted, preserved, and protected as a positive Liberian culture. Neither can this quote of any reasonable person accept such egregious vulgarity as something compatible with public policy and national progress that should be adopted and developed as an integral part of the growing needs of our Liberian society. Yeah. All right. 077771075 I saw fans of, Prophet Key. Yeah, today they were all over the place, everywhere you pass, there were arguments, the motorcyclists, the money exchangers, everybody has something to say. The truck drivers, the bus drivers, the keke drivers, the taxi drivers, everybody has something to say. Say your own now, call us, let's hear you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, yo.
Thank you. Sekou Fofana is my name.
Hello.
You
You can always get through.
Yeah, that our home now. Who is our home?
Cool.
So I want to say this. I'm happy today. Supreme Court has said precedent again to the so-called talk show holders that can use their airtime, their platform to be insulting the people without no reason. They forget about the issue. They go after personality. As a group of honor, if I hear anybody insult the president of the presidency and to go after the president, I will sue you.
You will sue
I will sue the person.
Okay.
So there's a big old girl away today. So I dare anybody from their radio, let them call the president. Let me just get the answer. I will sue the person.
Okay. Sekou, I will follow the case seriously. I mean, Sekou Fofana, he is patriot. You heard him say you curse a president, he will sue you. So go use your airtime to be cursing president. 077771075 055101075. This is where you want to be at this time. Spoon Talk is here. We can talk or we just introduce it because the analysts, they will come, they will discuss it for you. Good, right here. You will hear everything. Everybody coming with their own view, and they will break it to pieces. They will present it. You will understand it. You will enjoy it. So if you are there, we are here. We say welcome to Spoon Talk. Share the show. All of those watching via the internet, we say you are welcome. When CEO come, he will call his people name, but let me just call a very few. Most of these people they like to hear the CEO himself greet them. So let me just start the process. When he comes on, then he will do more. 077771075 055101075. If you are there, welcome. Share the show. Tell your people, all the people that are in the towns, the villages, the counties, the communities, the avenues, the street, everywhere Spoon Talk is on. Come, let's watch. Larry Moses Lago is watching. Nathaniel is watching via YouTube. Momo Kimba is watching. Willard B. Morris is watching. Hagar Robert is watching. Austin J. Jacko, George Wonye, Melvin Nathaniel Roosevelt, James Phil Vanni, Isaac Deuteronomy. I'm sorry. Eric McGill is watching. Rose Ross Dripper is watching. Vinicius Gian Bai is always watching via YouTube. Roland W. Tour is watching. Olivia Dakwi. Let's take more colors. Good evening.
What's up, Mama?
I am good, son. How are you?
That's fine.
What is the name? Where are you calling us from?
Probably from Dubai.
All right, welcome to the show.
Yeah. Thank you for the topic, right?
Yeah.
You see, that is kind of thing I suffer CDC.
Hello? Bobby, I didn't cut you off. Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you?
Thank you. I'm okay. This is the voice of the Commonwealth Chairman and Chairman COP Willie. I joined from Soviet the Shufo.
Okay.
This is Spoon What's on Your Mind edition, right?
Exactly. Spoon Talk.
Thank
I have no time here.
Thank you. And I will use my time.
Use it quickly and wisely.
What's on my mind is this. You know, Sister Lorena, I'm just taking a back as to how the running and the territory of Liberia is going. And the little start taking a downward trend. No, sister, I've never seen a kind of town like this in our running structure, where we have the Chief Justice of a court presiding in a case where he has been accused. By doing that, you make yourself a player in a game, and then you are a player with Jesse only for one side. You have a way for your mother as a rest. I've not seen a case where the plaintiff is the judge, is the prosecutor at the same time. This is what we saw, which is a muscle of free press. But then we see Liberia are rejoicing some of them. Let me be on the record. I don't agree with Prophet Key. I don't agree with some of the cases he says.
Okay.
But then, two wrongs cannot make a right.
All right.
You cannot be doing good thing using a bad path to do a good thing. I'm not a lawyer and I'm not pretending to be one. But what I can hear the lawyers say is that on the law book, the most recent law is what the court will always use. And what is the most recent law in the case? We have the Top Mountain Declaration, that Abdullah law that was passed in decriminalizing fish. Are we then told here in another form that the law has been changed, knowing that we know how the law can be changed, the judiciary can change the law?
Thank you, sir.
The law got to go to the first branch of government, which is the legislature. There's a Satan for the Democrats of Liberia.
Thank you, yeah.
Justice. There's a mafia of justice. There's a shame.
Thank you. Well, all right, let's take a call from this end. Good evening. Good evening. You're live on the show, sir. Madam. Hello.
Good evening. I am
Yes.
Jefferson Gilao calling from District Mosogaro County.
Welcome, Jefferson.
Yeah, my take tonight is that our court system is getting polluted. Because in the case of property today, the judge to send a case to the lower court for them to bring it. But he cannot be the judge and be presiding. It means that they intimidated him. Because property appearing yesterday, he does not have a lawyer. Then again, public defender, the public defender, they have been manipulated, the conviction to apologize. But I do the user and same which is wrong.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah.
Which is wrong.
Thank you for being on the show. 077771075 05551010075. Call us and let's hear you. What is your own thought? What is on your mind? Good evening.
Good evening, my bonga, Sister Lorena.
Good evening, Yatuai.
Umar.
Wow.
Yeah, Gumeva.
Oh, welcome to the show. Yeah.
Thank you, my sister Lorena. This is Charles Smoke calling from the Congo Peace Island, called 540. You know, Sister Lorena, like I just said on one of the sister radio stations just now, sometimes what makes Josiah vex or somebody Lorena vex. I've been knowing Lorena from the second era. When I went to second, she was working there. What makes her vex or somebody Josiah vex? What makes Josiah vex or somebody Lorena vex? That person means what you say to me. I will not make me vex. When you say to Sister Lorena, it means her vex.
That's true.
If you say to her, she will take side against you. But what you have been saying, have been doing to others. But now you get to another person who knows the right from the wrong, who knows what the law says. That's why they took it to the law and they evaluate him. They are calling a due process and saying, they are calling what? Right? The Constitution and the Constitution provides free speech. You got right to speak. You got right to say anything. But the law says you are responsible for what you say.
Even
when you are being invited. When you are being invited. Why you say you are better explain yourself? Like an example, on the citizen government, when you invited to say I prefer egg and rice, you are invited. And when you explain yourself, He said he's supposed to correctly. With the law to take the coach. They have no money. Anyway, right? So, I don't publicity, all about the Conan lawyer, this and that. What makes you best? That's not making best. If you tell it to me, I take it to court. Now, what the law provides, so I can say, he get right to go answer to what he says.
Thank you, sir.
It's why he's bothering. So, that's why, no, it's only happening in the country. We are young people. Let us learn from it. It is a precedent case for going forward. Till Jesus. We're recording the biblical history.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. 077771075 05551101075. Call us and let's talk about it. What is that thing that is on your mind? Let's talk to you right here. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening. Yeah,
You live.
Yeah, this is Ruben Stewart calling from Queensland.
Okay, Ruben. What is on your mind, Ruben?
In South Lorena, the major problem in Labrador is ignorance.
Oh.
Yeah, ignorance is a major problem. And when I was talking about Jim was trying to fight ignorance, but the point I'm trying to kill him. When I was talking about Jim, a benefit Labrador was ignorance, poverty, and disease. And the North trying to kill him today is in the country all over. Yeah. For example, we know who brought the problem on us. That former president Eric Johnson brought the problem on us. Because the CDC people, take a blood and put it in a woman pig in the pathway around it.
Thank you, yeah. On sponsor, we can. That's anything that you can tell you. They say no explicit. This one we can play room music. See you. Welcome. Good evening.
No, take a call. I'm trying to get in the zone. I'm trying to get in the zone. Hey.
All right.
Go ahead. Let's talk to our people.
Good evening. Evening, Oro. How are you?
I'm bad.
Okay. Your name and where you calling from?
Everybody just got to say their own.
But
one thing about Liberia, about the law, if you are doing something, to me, if I just take it to be here, something that is not even important to me, it doesn't mean that what you are doing is not wrong. Prophet King insulting presidents, former president, Giuliani Tape, we saw it here, and maybe they never took it to be anything. But you will not expect because someone did not take something to be important, then meaning that thing is right. It's not right. Insulting people, murder, insulting people, it's not right. So they call him and he went to the law. Today, everybody got to know that freedom of speech, yes, it is important. But everything you say, and one day will answer. And he went to answer, and certain part of the law says you gotta go to jail for so and so months. What a big deal into it.
Okay.
So now just let Prophet T. Bennett arrest. The other man go serve a sentence in South Beach. But I said, no, when he comes up, I think you will know how to manage your work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, man.
You're welcome. All right. More calls. You
still want me to talk?
See you.
You want me to talk? You sure you want me to talk? But Liberian people don't want me to talk. What happened with Governor Clinton? Governor, you here? But man, just the camera. I think you gotta just elevate your height. Maybe you gotta just zoom in the camera. Damo, Damo, Mama Key coming for you, Damo. Damo, Mama Key coming for you, though. And ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a rough one today, wherever you are. For a very long time, we have the Councilor Governor Clinton, from all the way somewhere in USA. You will tell him he cannot go under the Liberia bar in the Supreme Court. He will be chastised for everything this brother about to say today. You want to listen. We got our veteran reporter, helped and supported by Delson Colette. These guys have brought him almost 510,000 viewership to the network today. Everybody was on the lockdown, home and abroad, up in space, down on the Niji. They need you to keep for the water and all. So just to listen to Spoon Talk today. What's going on? People start calling me now, like, what's going on? I don't know, man. They need you. Go and see. It's in power was 600,000. The Nigerian was celebrating today. They say, yeah, we get Nessie and Dama out there today. And Dama will ask a question. Mama Key, they bought a barber. What's Spoon always making that one picking them barber out of that? Mama Key, okay, I'll leave the Mama Key on. The Mama Key on something that we always say, but I'm surprised though. After the ruling today, we got a video that the Supreme Court Chief Justice was dancing. Come and see, come and see. I better play the video, ladies and gentlemen. I must play the video because indeed, this is a precedent that some people agree and some people disagree. But who am I? Who am I to even put my money aside? I will say my own tonight. I will say my own because victory for Unity Party, victory for opposition, victory for the Supreme Court, victory for Prophet Key, victory for women, victory for young girls, victory for the Christian men like us, victory for the church, victory for the mobs, victory for the people for Nima Kante, Osan Pabwa, hey, Nima Kwado, the Nima team. So what is it? Welcome to the show. All today that Prophet Key will talk about today. Nothing else. We keep all of our beautiful story because you know what? We want to say because of you, we are here. All the Nigerians will come out today. They say you're going to call Marcos, or you call Marcos, you Lisa. You call Parcos, you Lisa. No, the Parcos or the Marcos? Which one? Which one you can Lisa? But then when you are there, the Parcos or the Marcos, which one will pour you trouble?
Any causing. They say if you cause any Liberian citizen.
No, let's try to get it right. The Omar said Marcos, and when we play,
but when he in the ruling also they said that when he signs the bond of good behavior, the behavioral bond, he will promise not to insult any Liberian. So
yeah, okay, but he signed it, yes. So we're going by what the Omar say. The Omar said Marcos, but anyway, Marcos and Parcos are Barcos. But let's go ahead. Let's listen. Look at, and after the ruling, guys, and you enjoy the show today, right? Clinton, you have not been in a long time. But after the ruling, Clinton, check up. I want to play this small. Facebook, we got no copyright to this, so just small. Look at it. Look at the Supreme Court Chief Justice. The Papa celebrating. Come and see. But he's so happy. I don't know, man. Listen, just sit back. A beautiful Friday. Enjoy the show. We got Little Supreme all the way from Congoton back row in the Spoon studio. Cool as ice. We got Little Supreme. Dama have changed location. I dare you, I can tell you where Dama is right now. He's not home. The song in our community. Let me mind my business. After that thing, that when I do so in a community chicken, dry chicken, hot chicken, country chicken. But that when I'm home, Kefigo is here. All the way from somewhere in Jade. The boy mad at her. He said, well, Joe, we are in J Prophet Key. And now you don't take part of J here. You will tell your own. Governor Clinton. But you know what? Tell me I got something on everybody tonight. The guys coming on. Ladies and gentlemen, boss and guests, you can now take front to a beautiful pageant. Oh, a Prophet Key Long. Right? Hey. You can now take front to a beautiful pageant, but I want that cost. So we'll recognize all our things.
Any language that Prophet Key use, even if you say good morning once that Prophet Key is not allowed. That beautiful thing is not allowed.
Everybody doing come and see. We're gonna play that little jab on the Supreme Court Chief Justice, right? You see the man giving the 1-2 step with come and see. I think that D12 song, right? The man dancing to the song. Yeah, is there any way we can hear the music and see the puppet doing some freestyle demo? Can we do that?
But if
yes, we can probably mute the video. So you can send it to me and then I can mute.
No, I don't see that song that copyright.
I mean, copyright, man. That copyright.
This song have copyright on it.
Yeah,
that's yes.
I mean,
yeah. So you can mute the video the music part from the video, and
If
only
you get
the
disclaimer, they will
video
still
can
go
play,
after
can
you.
use the audio.
My man, who wants part of our show today? By Leo with disclaimer. About the show too hot today. Ladies and gentlemen, share the show. Go and share the show. There's a big one. There's a super one. We want to say today is Prophet Key Day. Today is a Supreme Court Day. We got a lot of video, a lot of picture. You will enjoy the show. But we will talk about the law. Can we say we got freedom of speech again, or the limitation of freedom of speech? We're going to wait for the lawyer there. I believe all the lawyers there today will run away because nobody wants to say bad thing against the court. Can you cause my cause or my cause again? Let's welcome our brother, Governor Clinton from somewhere in America. We want to say to all of you, man, it's really beautiful for you to come and join us, for us to have a wonderful show. Whatever you are, we recognize you. It's been a while since I see my sister, Emmy. Emmy, are you still here or you in Liberia? Emmy, you got to identify yourself according to code. All right? We got Jefferson Kolako is here. We got Richard Yadi is here. Augustine Gongoye. Marvin Davis is in our insurmountable van. Again, I want to say Lucien Touré. Lucien Touré is in the house. He's doing his thing here and there. We want to bring in Avin God, Darlington, Dolopia. Dolopia is from all the way Nima Kante, Duade Daniel Buzizi. We want to bring you in. We're going to recognize again all of our people, one people, Bungali Jabate. Bungali Jabate is here. We're going to say yes, indeed. With love, LRB2. Cody Patrick is in the house. Bungalow Nian is here. We want to send a shout out to all those that will be celebrating Valentine's Day tomorrow. I mean, I want to say this before we move on, Damo. And I think I'm going to make people mad. As we get ready to celebrate Valentine's Day tomorrow, I wish that all the women can take this year to celebrate their husband. All the women can take this year to celebrate their significant others. It's too much that every year we should celebrate the May I scare I don't talking?
But you're talking now. We're listening to you. When you're feeling at one at a time.
Go ahead.
And I you tell your own time.
I mean, let me scroll. Let me man. Y'all talking. All the women that should celebrate their husband, man. Y'all should talking. So we gotta go buy some chocolate for us, some wine, you know. They gotta put down the red flowers and pebbles and things and get everything water hot back. We should do that.
Come on. Damo, what you were asking a provocative
I mean, let's say on the Bible thing, Cap, let's say on the word. It's very important that the women should celebrate the man. Yeah, but you can't I want to ask, but you agree with me? You agree that your wife must celebrate you tomorrow?
You asking me now?
I'm asking you.
Yeah, but we had to talk about Prophet Key, so he talked to you.
Yeah, you see, Kawa? That one you see the man? Say yes or no. You want a woman to stay at home. Let a woman
No, but we had to talk about Prophet King's thing.
I'm asking you before.
Okay, we'll do Valentine's Day show after the show.
No. Just answer the question.
Yeah, but
Governor, you agree that your wife should celebrate you tomorrow, right? Without hearing you, Governor, why are you scared of talk? Governor, we're not hearing you. You got to unmute, my man. We won't hear you.
My man, I don't even have that discussion. Let's talk Prophet Key.
Oh,
yeah, my
man. Wait, guys. Wait. Are you guys serious? You can speak from your heart? Damo.
That's
what I'm married. And I'm married. You say, yeah, so elle married man address it.
No. Tomorrow is Valentine's Day, right? All the married women, all the boyfriends should be celebrated. All the men should be celebrated tomorrow. All the husbands should be celebrated. All the boyfriends should be celebrated tomorrow. If you have a significant order, the women should celebrate that. Who in agreement with me? Who agree with me?
Okay, we all agree with you, so let's move on.
Lorena, you agree?
Yeah, I'm going to Friday the 13th.
What I mean,
exactly.
Friday the 13th. Oh! Yeah, Friday the 13th is Prophet Key?
Oh, yeah, right.
You know, I know something about that Chief Justice.
When I play that thing, don't play the music, but I want to see that Prophet dance.
Wait, I know something about that Chief Justice. Today is Friday the 13th. That Friday the 13th, April for key. So, guys, you see, when you're afraid, you can't make it. You guys told me to send the announcement out. I sent the announcement out, and now you left me in the quote. You can't answer and say, yes, Stanton, you are right. I mean, we can't be No problem. Think of my wife not listening. She doesn't watch the show anyway. She's not listening, so I'm free to talk. But let me say that this is the Chief Justice. After the celebration today, that's what I heard. The Chief Justice was dancing to the music. We'll play one little bit, no copyright to the song. Wow. So as you see that, you know, we got to turn the thing off because of copyright, you know, community standard. We want to say we got no copyright, but that's the video. The Chief Justice is dancing for this great victory today. The Chief Justice is dancing. He said, come and see my first major precedent that I have said is to put Prophet King in jail. The Chief Justice, Manasani didn't do it, Joe didn't do it, and honor this government. That's his court, and he's going to do it. And they all agree. And there you go. He gave him the 2-step, ladies and gentlemen. He's doing the 2-step. I'll get down,
man. Now your cue, eh? All right. So, Lorena, is your production day, so you can take the lead.
Can we ask you a question, Damo? Can we just ask you? Come on, ask you a question. I'll come back.
All right, so he's back doing his. Oh, you going now, eh?
Yeah, you go.
What's up with Center Internet?
All right. So Lorena, please,
how was it? How was it today? How was it? The atmosphere. Give us some rundown. How was it? Because
Kev, I'm not hearing you. I don't know if others are hearing you. I hear you when you speak.
I'm hearing you.
Lorena, you
I can hear Kev.
Yeah, clearly. He says he's asking you how was the rundown at the court today.
Yeah, give us a rundown. How was it today? The atmosphere and.
No, Kev, we're not inside there. I'm sorry that grandson King he take me off.
Okay.
We're not there. We're in such a hurry. We're in such a hurry, Kev. You get somewhere to go? You gotta chill because I want to bring Damo. I get things for Damo to answer to. You pushing us. I mean, you're too anxious today, Kev. And the government that you left me in the court. I can tell
the numbers are climbing. The people are coming.
But let's share the show. Let's tell the people to share the show. If people want us to get into Prophet Key, right? But come there. I know I'll come back to you, Gamma. Something happened in Liberia today. I'm seeing a lot of posts. People are saying that yes, indeed, people are saying they're okay, they're happy, but Gamma, why say you? I mean, Kev want to rush us, but let's just take our own time. Let's enjoy the show a little bit, man. Let's have fun. Kafigo, let's have fun. Let's sit back. The government that we have not seen for long. How's the family? How's the situation? How's the job, government? Let's just start from that end, government. We miss you, my brother, government. How you doing?
But man, don't put it, man. Not you, man. The man want to go to business. Man, I be smiling. Said the man want to go straight to business.
But government, not hear us?
No, I don't think he hears. Come on, there, go out and come back. Come on, there, we're not hearing you.
I'm not hearing.
Yeah, go.
But go ahead and come back, government. Go ahead and come back. And that we don't run away with government. You got to come talk because all the women today, starting tomorrow, they will be able to celebrate. They'll be able to celebrate the man. All the women have to celebrate the man. That's what we're saying. You got to celebrate your husband. You cannot run. Please do not. And I want to say welcome to Spoon Talk. We got a lot of video. We're going to say our own on this case, and we're going to hear from the people what they say. I mean, are you happy with the decision or you're not happy? Dr. Richardson, welcome to the show. It's good to have you, Dr. Richardson. Friday the 13th. I didn't know today is Friday the 13th. Mobile Cassidy, it's good to have you. Your friend Damo is on, so you guys can tell us what you've been doing. And whether you're passing under the same cold water, you gotta let us know. We got Kafiko Hassan is here likewise. Ladies and gentlemen, share the show. Let's have fun. Listen, for me, Dr. Richardson, let me get into it, right? And we hear everybody. For me, the law should be the law. The law should always be the law. If anybody come contrary with their own interpretation, that's fine. But I'm going to take a position tonight. Politically, as a husband, as a father to 3 daughters, as a husband to a beautiful wife, I'm going to take a position tonight. Whether this ruling was in the interest of the Liberian people, whether this was political, whether this ruling for our country to heal and move on another place, who benefit? These are some of the questions we'll be asking you. Who benefit? We're going to be serious, we're going to laugh, we're going to joke, but again, you just got to understand that our country should be a country of law. Country that have respect, and that we can honor and defend the Constitution. The branches of government, as per our forefather, they let this thing out because they know one day, when people make the law and those that interpret the law and those that will execute the law, they should work concomitantly to elevate and make our country better. When you talk about concomitantly, you are talking about Dr. Amos Sawyer. And that's exactly what we're here to say today. Was the law through the Supreme Court? We want to ask you, what was done today? What you say? Did the Supreme Court do the right thing? Dr. Richardson, welcome to the show. Lorena, thank you. You produced it for us tonight. Kafiko Hassan, thank you for joining us. Damas Langa, you guys did a fabulous job. You and Nelson out there today representing the Spoon Network. We appreciate you. Boba Cassidy, it's good to see you from AMC. Damade Clinton, it's good to see you from CDC. The rest of the guys will be joining us, and we're going to get into this. We have 4 minutes to introduce ourselves. Exactly 9 p.m., we will be going straight into our conversation. Dr. Richardson, we'll begin with you. Welcome to the show, man.
Well, I want to say here, it's good to see everyone. Lorena, hello, how you doing? And also those who are listening to this point, it's good to be here. Well, today we completed our last PsyD interview day, so I'm excited to be here. I'm happy I'm done with work. We had a lot of applicants, and that was very interesting considering that they're cutting back on student loan. And, and students are still wanting to be psychologists. I guess that tells us the state of the world. We had more than 200 people apply to be psychologists to join the program. We only have a limited seat. But, I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to discuss the topic. I believe the issue of freedom of speech involving Prophet Key is an interesting topic. It's something that we have to explore. It's sort of borderlines around morality in our country. How do we find morality? How do we see morality in our country? So I think that maybe the court is beginning to make to help us define morality in the country. But we can have that discussion. I too have an opinion about it, but I will wait to share my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. And thank you for imparting wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to those folks that you help every day in obtaining their doctoral degree. Welcome to the show. Kafiko?
Well, let me say hi to everybody. Today is a day that we all will remember. With the Supreme Court, I don't know if you want us to go into it now or just a preview, Stanton.
So let me say again, we're just introducing ourselves. We'll start the show and go into the subject matter. Just welcome to the show, my friend. What's on your mind?
Okay.
Prophet Key on your mind, right?
Yeah, Prophet Key on my mind. So I can't say.
Is there anything else you want to make out of a topic tonight?
Basically, it's a key issue that I feel that we're going to dive into. So I'll just wait until you open the floor on that.
Thank you. I'm going to come to you, Damo. You are out there, man. A fabulous job. Thanks to all of you, the entire staff, Lorena, everyone. Let's hear you, Damo.
Well, the foremost, thank you first for the commendation. We appreciate it. As you rightly said, it was a team effort. So kudos to the entire team, including our interns that have made it their duty to form part of what we do every day. I appreciate them. But as Kev rightly said, the top of the pile of the agenda today is what unfolded at the Supreme Court of Liberia. So once we get into that conversation, as someone who was on the scene, then I'll weigh in with whatever questions you've got to ask concerning what unfolded there today at the Supreme Court of Liberia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Damas Flangert. I'm going to bring Jacob. You're just on 3 days. Your probation is not over yet. Let me make you last year. Governor Clinton, Jacob, you got to go through seniority, my man. Governor, let's hear you, my friend. Welcome to the show, man. Been a while.
Yeah, thank you, CEO. It's good to be back here. It's good to be here to have a discussion with all you fine people. Look, it is an important day, so I think if every one of us have the opportunity, we have to be here to our voices to this travesty of justice, today's attack on press freedom, today's attack on the free speech of our people today. So I thought it was important to make the time to be here today. I think what the Supreme Court did today is it took our country back 175 years for the strive we've made as a country to promote free speech. Today, the Supreme Court overturned that. So I think it's important that we discuss that. It's important that we push back on this decision of the Supreme Court.
Friend, thank you very much. We're going to welcome dissident collaborator. His name is Councillor Camille Bagbada. Welcome to the show, my friend.
Well, thank you, CEO. Can you hear me very well? Okay. Apologize for my rather exotic background. Like I told you, I'm currently traveling, but because this is such an important topic, so I'm actually making the show while at OR Tammo waiting for my flight to Nairobi and then onwards to Monrovia. But I'd just like to add very quickly that I'm so very proud of the Supreme Court. I think it's important that sanctity is brought to the public space, that even in the great United States, where free speech is such an enviable right, there are limits to free speech. The Federal Communications Commission decides what can be aired and can remove people. Jimmy Kimmel, one of the most popular talk show hosts, was recently taken off the air based on things he said, based on his expression. So this is not unknown or unheard of, and people should not try to make it seem like, the Republic of Liberia is crashing because we have acted. And when I say we, I mean the judiciary, exemplified by the Chief Justice and other justices. This was a decision that was unanimous to bring sanctity to how people engage in the public sphere. So we're looking forward to the conversation. I think it's a good one. Let's have it. But the last thing I would say, CEO, look, you would never allow people to insult on this platform. And you are the biggest critic, I may say, of the government in a very constructive way. Why don't you allow people to use mancos here? But you allow everything that can be critical. So there has to be a limit to how we engage in a respectful manner, because we got children and other people listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. It's good to have you. Let me bring in Jacob Chada. We'll go to Mova Kesseli. Jacob.
Thank you very much, Stanton, and thanks to members of the team. I think this is a deeply polarizing topic. It has divided opinions very, very sharply, speaking about this Prophet Key free speech issue. And I love the discourse. And for me today, I think I will contribute to this dialogue, to this debate from my philosophical point of view. Most people know me to be a politician, but I'm more so a philosopher. That's the quiet side of my life. So I will contribute to this discussion today from that point of view, because of course freedom of speech or freedom of thought and freedom of mind, is a fundamental pillar basis for philosophical thought, but for freedom of mind and freedom of speech. So I will contribute to the dialogue from that perspective today, and hopefully by that I can help to shine more light than heat on the matter, and then hopefully the public can learn also a thing or two about my perspective on the issue today. But again, it is an absolute joy to be on your show today, to be here.
Yeah, it's not my show, it's our show. Jacob, you're always welcome, my friend. You're part of the Spoon family, and it's our show. It's good to have you. I want to bring in Boba Cassidy. Don't forget, we'll be bringing in the representative of District Number 10. Yeka Koruba is coming on tonight. I mean, that may be your breaking news for you guys, but we'll be bringing Yeka Koruba, District Number 10, on the show tonight. Cassidy, once Yeka is ready, we'll bring him on, but let's bring you in. Cassidy, talk to us. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, good evening to every Liberian citizen. I'd like to say good afternoon to every panelist. It's good to be here today, and I believe today is a significant day in the history of Liberia again. We've hit another milestone, be it right or wrong, but something significant happened in the country today. But I want to say hats off first to the entire Spoon team. These guys did a fabulous job. They were out there for over 8 hours, non-stop broadcasting and making sure Liberians were getting the information as and when needed. But I do look forward to a great discussion. I do not support the actions or the words of Prophet Key, but I do support his rights to free speech, and I believe it should be protected. Thank you so much, and it's good to be on the show today.
Thank you. So we're back. If you're not speaking, can you please mute yourself, because we're having bad sound feedback. We ask all of you, again, those of you want to express yourself, it's fine. On the show, that freedom of speech. But if you cause we'll block you, because on our show have limitation when it comes to freedom of speech. You cannot text and insult anyone. You cannot come on the show and cuss. If you do that, we'll block you, because we have right to our own program. We are not the government of Liberia. Let me be very clear. So we want to just be clear. You can say anything you want to say. That will be in good faith, right? But please do not insult. Please govern yourself. We'll open the phone line. We want to listen to you. And again, you will make it. Thank you. So let's go ahead and bring in Yeka. Welcome to the show, Representative District Number 10, Yeka Koruba. Thank you for joining us. Welcome, sir.
Stanton, it's a pleasure being on your show. Let me say good evening to all your panelists. It's a pleasure being on your show, and I look forward to discussing the issue that I'm here to give my input on.
Yeah, thank you very much. And all those of you, we know that everybody coming, I'm going to bring in Diamond, who will give an overview of what actually happened today. We saw Diamond go on the Spoon page. Thank God that you guys love Spoon a lot. Over 600,000 people, the Niji, the Angel, the Devil, everybody follows Spoon to listen and learn something new today from the Supreme Court. So I want to bring it down. He'll give a total overview. Let's welcome one of the manager, I would say. Diamond, you got to officially introduce yourself. People just know you to be Diamond. Your position, and tell the people who you are in Spoon.
Thank you, CEO. So I'm Diamond Slanker. I am the Deputy General Manager for Operations here at the Spoon Network. And I'm also a Senior Correspondent at the network. So that's for formal introduction and roles. So as you said, CEO, this morning we were at the court at as early as 10 a.m. to await the arrival of Prophet Key and his entourage. And today also doubled up as admittance to the bar day at the Supreme Court. So,
I'm getting
and
feedback.
the court was also.
What it is?
Are you getting feedback from me?
Diamond, your assistant though. You're coming with a bad.
Let me drop the airport from the phone. Is it better now?
Yes, it's better.
Okay. All right. So today also double up as admittance to the bar day,
and the Supreme Court was also handing down opinions in other cases that was before the court for the October term of court. So the Supreme Court, the yard of the Temple of Justice was obviously crowded because you also had other activities as weddings ongoing. So Prophet Key arrived somewhere around 10:30, with his wife by his side. And then we engaged in a question and answer session with Prophet Key. We wanted him to know his psyche as he was walking into the Supreme Court to go and listen to whatever verdict would be rendered. And I also asked him the question about being summoned by the chiefs and Zos of Nimba County. And Prophet Key said he wasn't accorded respect. And he said that the Zos were making fun, and he would, if they try him to forcibly put him in the pool, he would waste tear gas in their eyes, And I asked him why. He said because they didn't issue in a formal invitation, but rather they went on a radio station and made a pronouncement summoning him to the Zos for questioning, and then he spoke to other issues and he made his way into the court. So then the Supreme Court handed verdict down other cases until it reached the term of Prophet Key, but prior to that we saw 2 police vehicles. One is known as the Beast, it's written on the side of that vehicle, the back fender, as the Beast. It's like this South African, usually you see in the South African, police motorcade. It looks like it got this screen stuff to the window. It's fearful when you see that particular Jeep coming, it's fearful looking. So that Jeep was parked at the Temple of Justice outside, as well as another PSU pickup. And later on, we saw the corrections bus coming, the Bureau of Corrections bus. So if you notice the spoon page, we posted those pictures. And then the verdict was read, and Prophet Key was found guilty of criminal contempt, where he was then handed down 6 months prison sentence to begin immediately, where he will also issue an apology in 3 of the most widely circulated dailies for 5 days in Liberia, and he's subjected to signing a behavior bond, which is a prerequisite to his release, that he will not cause anybody in Liberia again, not just justices of the Supreme Court of Liberia, but the states any Liberian, that he would not insult any Liberian. So we did see cheers, when Prophet Key was brought down, but we also heard boos when Mama Key was, going up and down to get his personal effects, including his chieftaincy hat that he wore. And if you have that video, CEO, you can see that when his verdict was being read, Prophet Key removed his iconic keychain, to say, look, the prophet is going, but the key will remain Asa, and he handed it over to his wife. So those were some of the notable things that happened. We thought on staying to see the reaction the Chief Justice would have gotten when he exited the court, but we didn't know at what time he would come down from the court, so we left the place. But then there were mixed views. All of those we spoke with, said they were in support of the sentencing of Prophet Key, but they were not in support of what they termed as a very short prison term of 6 months. Others were suggesting 1 year. Another person said 1 year, 6 months. Another person even said 6 years. So that preferred 6 to 10 years for Prophet Key to be put behind bars, clearly stating that those who were present were not in agreement with what he had been doing. We didn't see supporters of Prophet Key except for Boy Key, the boy who was always behind him, who said the court was up to something else. So those were some of the things that notably unfolded today at the Supreme Court of Liberia. CEO.
Damon, thank you very much. We're going to get into it. We really do appreciate you, Damon. I appreciate everyone. Like I said, let's elaborate. People got to hear from us. Let's speak to this issue. It's good to hear someone like Yeke Kaluba, representative of District 10, on the show today. And we are well balanced, though. We have CDC, we have Yeke, we have Unity Party sympathizer, we have people, CMC, and it's good to have this conversation because what we're happening here tonight is that the Liberian people themselves going to speak. And the question is simple. Did the Supreme Court do the right thing to incarcerate Prophet Key? That would be the simplest question today. Everything you know about Prophet Key, everything you know about the court, do you think, as a Liberian, the Supreme Court today, did it do the right thing? And we beg you, when we open the phone line, you need to answer. We will open the poll. We will take enough questions home and abroad. You either for or against. No too much explanation, and we invite you to do it. We're going to start with our contributing guest tonight, Yeke Kaluba, right? Yeke, you follow the show. We want to start with you tonight. You follow the show, Honorable Man Yeke. I don't know your location, whether you're in Liberia or outside of Liberia, but I believe you follow the show. Let's hear from you, Honorable Yaka Koluba.
Okay, thank you, Stanton. Stanton, the first thing we need to understand is to define what is contempt of court. Stanton, the House of Legislature have contempt power. What Justice Gbese did was wrong completely. Justice Gbese was attacked as an individual. The court did not attack. Stanton, let me give you my layman definition of contempt of court. Let's take, for example, Stanton took a case to the court. The court ruled that nobody should go on that land to go and work. Stanton sent people there to work. The court was in contempt. What did Prophet Key do, or what did he do that brought the court to a stop function? Did Prophet Key disrupt the court? Did he go into the court to disrupt anything? That is what they call contempt of court. The man sat down to a horse and did something. We are not backing. I'm not here to back what Prophet Key did, but we are talking about the law and what people want to do to silence people in this country. That we want to put stop to. If they got something they call simple as stand on, what I cancer. Let them tell you if they got simple insult or simple assault. I'm not saying simple assault. They got something they call simple insult. Simple insult is not terroristic. It's not defamation. Defamation come in when you start to insult. Why? You start to say all the things while insulting. But mere assault, the 1995 Constitution talk about it. You understand? It talk about a simple assault, insult. So what the Chief Justice did today is wrong. The contempt power will get state on. So you want to tell me when somebody passing my yard and insult me, I must say for them, or I'm holding contempt. So if somebody owed the Chief Justice, we say, so he will sit down as Chief Justice and just send for the person. If he felt injured, he should have gone to the civil law court. When Judy Annie took her case there, they say was civil matter, right? So it basically different from Judy Andy. We say no, that's abuse of power. The only person that benefited from what happened today, the Prophet Key, was Justice Gbese, not the Liberian people. Because if they knew very well that what Prophet Key was doing was wrong, when Judy Annie took her case there, they shouldn't have threw her case aside. But they threw her case out. But because he got the power, he abusing the power, he think he will stop us from talking Stanton. We are going to talk. When the need arises, what we're supposed to say, we'll say it. So nobody will get us scared in the country. What we said there, he had raised Prophet Key, he did it on his own, he did it to satisfy he and his family. And he and his family were satisfied today. Don't let the Liberian people, all the time Prophet Key being insulted. Did he do anything? Was he not on the Supreme Court bench? Did Prophet Key go in the court to disrupt court function? That when you can hold Prophet Key in contempt. When the judge is talking, you disrupt the function of the court, you can be held in contempt. We don't want to create a situation where Stanton, we lawmaker, when somebody passes my yard and say, I will hold you in contempt. Is that what we want to do? We have contempt power. Is this how we're going to run the country? We say no. We say no, it's wrong. It's wrong. Gbese and his family were satisfied today, not the women of the country. The time the women needed justice, they didn't get it from him. They were denied. So Gbese and family benefited from what happened today, not the Liberian women.
Okay, I believe that we all heard Yake Koluba, the representative, District Number 10, Musarado County. This is very, very clear. The representative is speaking, right? We give everyone a chance. We have counselors here. They will help us to understand. We give our own opinion on this. Dr. Richardson, I want to come to you. Then we'll go to Kev Hassan, Governor Clinton. Then we involve Kanyo Bagbala and the rest of the team. It's very important that you listen, you follow. Let's have some good time tonight with some clear understanding where we are. Simple question. Do you agree with the Supreme Court and the decision to incarcerate, to jail Prophet Key? Was the law today? Dr. Richardson.
Yes, it may sound like a simple question, Stanton, but this requires a lot of reflection, which I've been doing since, Prophet Key went to court. There's two issues here. One is to what extent that Prophet Key, my cousin, undermine the authority of the Supreme Court. And the other issue is, does he have the freedom to express himself through my cousin? In a way that I endorse what Prophet Key does. I mean, I've been a victim of his my cousin, I'm sure. I was just reminded quite recently by a good friend that he did a whole show on me as cussing my mom. But at the same time, I do respect his freedom of speech. I do respect that. Now, I read something that Professor Tiawan Ganglo said. He said freedom of speech is protected, and he was instrumental in putting the Kamara law together. And he says freedom of speech is protected under the Constitution. It does not extend to speech that threaten, degrades, or unlawfully impugn the integrity of the court. That's what he said. Okay, so in some way he was supporting that Professor Key has the right to express himself, as long as he's not degrading.
He's Prophet Key, not Professor Key.
Sorry, I go back because I'm used to calling my colleagues prophet. I'm not used to calling anybody. I'm a professor, and I used to calling people prophets. Yes, so Prophet Key, he said that as long as the Constitution respects the freedom of speech, as long as you're not degrading the court, or you threaten the court, or you call the integrity of the court into question. And so some people see Prophet Key as his Marcus as degrading. He's calling the court into question, the authority of the court into question. So that's what happened at the court today. But yes, one last thing, Stanton, I'm reflecting and I'm thinking about, if Prophet Key was going to insult somebody else's mom other than Mrs. Mother, was he going to take the action that he took today? I mean, he has done it. I mean, the exception with this, I mean, I read the Judy Andy court. This is how I've been reflecting on this. I mean, she talked about a lot of defamation and libel and slander and stuff like that, which can be difficult to prove sometimes in court. On the other hand, the question still remains for Liberians to answer. If my mom was cussed, your mother has been cussed by Prophet Key, and many others' mothers have been cursed by Prophet Key. Nothing seemed to have been done about it. But when we curse with his mother, then something got done today only, and that's where we are in our country, and we know where we are in our country, depending on if you be shot or not. Thank you.
Very much. We hope your internet can keep you going, because we just pray that our internet, I don't know whether that AD can mess your internet up. But thank you very much. Kev, let's hear you, Kev.
Come up for Valentine's Day present from you. So while you are thinking that women should take care of the man in my house and my world, the women and my children will be taking care of their man tomorrow. Deservingly.
Thank you very much. Because if they follow me, they will leave inside. I can't outside tomorrow. Kev, let's hear you.
What we heard today from the Supreme Court, that the Unity Party and the president disagree with the Supreme Court. They disagree with the Supreme Court. Why I say that? The Julie Andy case, Bujuba Keita came out and disagreed with the courts and put out the free speech. The video there, Center, you played a few days. They disagree.
Kev, we are losing you. We are losing you, Kev.
Okay, let me see.
You guys can hear me?
Yeah, they can hear me. You can hear me now?
Let us ask a question. You can hear Kev?
No, we can hear Kev.
Well, there is two people can hear. Okay, let me say it again. Let me say it again if you can hear. I reclaim my time. Let me say, the president of the Republic of Liberia disagree with the Supreme Court ruling today by evidence of his political, his legal advisor, Bujuba Keita, on the Julie Andy case. Disagree. Yeke, you heard what Bujuba Keita said. We played. Disagree. But let me say this. President Weah made a statement. He said, and I quote, anybody insult the presidency, the law would take place. Yeke Koloba, you remember that quote. The Unity Party went out, they were outraged. Senator Dillon attacked President Weah for that and say it's a free speech. Because President Weah was insulted by the same Prophet Keys. The Unity Party disagree. Joseph Yuma Boakai disagree with President Weah. They went out. Senator Dillon went on his pulpit and attacked President Weah and said Liberia need free speech and President Weah was ruling with iron hand. Anybody on the platform? Because I know, Kanye, you remember that. You remember that. We spoke on that. And we told the Liberian people that my course and this was wrong at that time. But the Unity Party said it was right. Why today they are celebrating and against Prophet Keys? Why? That's the question I'm asking. Because we said it then. We said it then on this platform. Sometimes Dr. Richardson, you can remember who said it then. We were against. I had a heated argument with Prophet Key on this platform. But Mo Ali, 30 seconds, Mo Ali.
I can give you 30 seconds when your time is up. Then you ask for additional 30 seconds. We got to get into that. Beg you guys. Let me respect our time.
Okay, let's 30 seconds to Mo Ali. Mo Ali went and I think it's the National Police and took out Prophet Keys on the Julie Andy case straight to Nimba, and he was sitting on the right hand side of the vice president. At that time, it was a free speech then. What changed now? I rest for now.
Thank you, Kev. Thank you. Let me bring in Gamada Clinton. Gamada, welcome again. Let's hear you on this. Gamada Clinton, let's hear you. Can you hear us, Gamada?
I think my speaker was giving some problem. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're good now. Yes. You're good.
Look, let's be clear. What the Supreme Court did today is complete abuse of its discretion. What the Supreme Court did today is an affront to the Constitution. It's an affront to free speech. To understand what contempt is, you have to understand the history of contempt. What do we even have this thing in place called contempt? And historically, where contempt was, the intent of contempt was to protect the administration of justice. It was to ensure that a court is able to function without any kind of interruption. So you have this thing in place with contempt from way back in England down to American jurisprudence. And so when you went in the presence of the court and you disrupted, insulted the judge and disrupted the operations of the court, you were here in contempt because you were preventing the administration of justice in that case. That extended to indirect contempt where it went outside the courtroom. But what happened over time is that, like we're seeing right now in Liberia, judges started to abuse that. And so historically, if you look back why the U.S. government, the U.S. Congress passed in 1831, restricting the powers of the federal courts now. You can only be held in contempt of court if you disrupt in the presence of the judges, you disrupt in court, but it's to prevent that abuse of power. Now, take it back to Liberia. We can decriminalize free speech. You can decriminalize free speech and at the same time hold people in contempt. And I mean, it's too early for crossfire, but I see the Land Councilor Kanye is trying to draw in the FCC. I don't think he understands what the FCC is. The FCC is a regulatory agency. It's not. It is not a course. And when you violate the FCC rules, they revoke your license. They don't throw you in jail. So you cannot make that equivalence. This is not what the FCC does. In one instance, you're taking people for free speech and you're throwing them in jail, and you're talking about the FCC that has a responsibility to regulate communication. In that case, they can tell you can't play and say any kind of obscene material between 9 to 10 because you have kids, they're up at that time. This is not what the Supreme Court is doing. The Supreme Court is trying to legislate morality. It is negating the law. The Constitution protects free speech, and here you have a Supreme Court that is saying to hell with what the Constitution is saying. If you insult the Chief Justice or any of the judges on the Supreme Court, you don't need to come into open court and disrupt court. We will hold you in contempt. And this is a bipartisan that has been said today. Where do you draw the line? Because you have to understand that the legislature also have contempt powers. You're setting the precedent for all 103 members of the legislature. If you insult any of them, they will drag you before the legislature. How many people? This is what you call a slippery slope. You set down the path and it goes down and it's going to get very worse. This is what you've done too. So this Supreme Court set a bad precedent today. It needs to be condemned. And I think the legislature, and this is what our government, our system of government is, right? One branch is supposed to check on the excess of the order. The legislature now needs to sit down and say, look, this is judicial overreach. We need to clearly define what contempt is. Because if you don't do that with this precedent that has been said, like you can't talk about any other judge now. If you go and insult a judge in the lower court tomorrow, now you're in contempt. This is judicial overreach. This is an attack on our freedom. And you can say, look, whether in Liberia, whether in every other, give me 1 second. When you talk about what is unprotected speech, you're talking about obscene, you're talking about imminent threat, you're talking about fighting wars. Those, if you're threatening people, if you're inciting violence, that's not protected speech. But if you just sit and insult a judge, look, so tomorrow, if you write and say there's a case and you sit on this platform, or you write in the papers tomorrow and say you believe that there was corruption in that case, you should be hauled before the Supreme Court and held in contempt, that is absurd. And there's something has to be done about this. And I'm willing to lobby with lawmakers and with all the people who are willing, and we have to push the legislature to roll back what the Supreme Court did today by passing laws that clearly define what contempt is.
Governor, thank you very much. Thank you. Abikanya, we are losing you, your graphic. I know you're trying to bring all the StreamYard design. It's not helping, my man. You got all kind of writing all over your face. We hope you can make that adjustment. We are losing you, Kanyo. Jacob, let's come to you. Let's say you, Jacob. What can you adjust?
Is that a ploy to jump over me, CEO? Because I think I can be perfectly
okay now? I want to give you a chance for you to speak for us to hear you, but we are losing you. Are you okay now?
I'm very okay, and I'm speaking right now.
Okay, guys, so you can hear Kanyo? You can hear him? Is he okay?
I can hear you.
Kanyo, we all hear you now. Go ahead, Kanyo. Let's hear you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, CEO. I will not waste my time to respond to the Yama from Yeke Koluba, because even what he said, I'm sure the whole panel struggled to even understand what he was trying to say. But I will take some time to lay out so that I clear out the bit of ignorance exhibited by Governor Clinton around what has happened today at the Supreme Court. And I'm happy to
see, open up interjection, please.
Hold on. I beg you, Kanyo. What your interjection, Jacob?
I think Kanyo needs to watch his language.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, Kanyo, please don't use ignorant. We beg you, Chief. We don't have contempt power. We don't have contempt power, but don't use ignorant, please.
No, anyway, this is the Supreme Court of Spoon TV. So it's Spoon Online. So anything the CEO say, it is not a democracy. So anything the CEO say goes, right? But it's important for us to point out being ignorant and I use that word deliberately in Yama Yama.
Are you alleging that the Supreme Court,
Because
the Supreme Court got
will you
absolute
guys
power?
allow me to speak today?
Why
Will you
you
just
get it on chest? The man go for 10 seconds and you're beating him all around.
interjection, all kind of thing. But let me say that I'm a happy man today. And I like the fact that Yeke Koluba is here and he's talking all that Yama Yama. But I think a message has been sent to him also. And he cannot have beyond legislative immunity because the law is the law. Free speech is not absolute. It's never been absolute. Even in the US, where we pride ourselves, and I say we because of global community, on the respect for speech, it is not absolute. That is why there are categories of speech. When I cited the FCC, which my brother Gamade tried to quickly research but failed woefully, I was trying to point out that even in the US, obscene material can be taken off the airwaves, and radio stations can be closed down if you utter obscene materials. So it's not, and that is speech. So it's not absolutely protected.
Governor, let me hold you. Governor, let me hold you. Governor, I'm not Governor. Sorry, Kanye, let me hold you there. Governor, what can you just say? Is it true? We all live in America.
Why were you telling my own prison into a back and forth?
No, Kanye, please. We're not speaking for ourselves. You raise a very unique point here. We here in America, we can see it. I want Gamade to deny or agree with you. Is it true, Gamade, that these things, especially what Prophet Key say on social media in Liberia, if it is on the network, that network individual will be pulled out? Is it true, Gamade? You gotta unmute Gamade quickly. You gotta unmute Gamade. Let's go quickly.
CEO.
No, it's not you, Moba. You on a probation.
I didn't quite catch the question, Stanton.
Is it true what Kanye just said?
Right.
If Prophet Key, what he's doing in Liberia, if this were here in America on a major network, they will pull you out. They will unplug you. You will not continue. Is it true, Gamade?
Well, the FCC has a jurisdiction to do that. The FCC regulates that, right? So the FCC can decide if you use certain language on, you can play certain music on the radio, or you can.
So you agree it's true?
So
you
yes,
agree?
the FCC has, but that's exactly what I said. I said it's regulatory. The FCC can regulate that. That is not the same as the FCC.
So you agree now? Let allow Kanye to continue. We'll come back.
But see, you wanted me to address it. Let me address it.
No, I just asked you yes or no. We gotta run with the show. I just asked you yes or no. You agree?
I don't think I know get a question.
No, don't do that. You come from eating. No time. Just join the conversation. Yeah, man. Go ahead. We gotta have a serious conversation here. We gotta talk to each other, right? We gotta disagree. Kanye raised a unique point here. Let's go back to Kanye. So let's go back to Kanye. Kanye finish up.
Thank you, CEO. And I like the way you asked that question, because people in the US like to behave as if free speech is absolute. It's not absolute anywhere. You have the right to free speech, but there are always limitations. Under Liberian law, there are several limitations.
Stop generalizing in the US.
I'm speaking now. Why? Yeah. Under Liberian law, there are several limitations, one of which constitutes contempt of court. Now, let me explain this so people understand, because there's a lot of confusion here, and that's why we are lawyers. We're here to provide that clarity and education for people like Yeke Koluba, who don't understand and want to wade in things that they don't understand. There is one institution that has the right to say what the law is, and that institution is the Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia. It interprets the law. It says what the law is. It gives the right to the law as passed by the legislature. That institution is protected. That when you do anything that belittles or degrades that institution, you can be held in contempt. It is not only in penal law, it is also in case law. And I put it in the chat room just recently to look at it. Anything you do that belittles or degrades the court is worthy of contempt. And that is why you saw the judgment from the court today. It was not just Bweze when Yeke said, oh, Bweze is the one celebrating. All 5 justices signed the ruling. They could have dissented. You know why they didn't dissent? Because any attempt to belittle the Chief Justice or to degrade the court
is to call the administration of justice into question. That means you invite the population to also view the court with skepticism and contempt. And we can have that. If we're assembly and this assembly, AK will call Yeke. But when we're talking about law issues and contempt, Yeke then should be silent because they don't know what we're talking about.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's hold it. I beg you, Councillor. Let's hear Councillor. Councillor will do the back and forth. Councillor Clinton. And we have a good conversation. Let's just hear everybody. Let everybody speak, Councillor Clinton. Please, Jacob. Yeah, we will. Discuss contempt. Yeah, we will. But let's give everybody a chance to speak. Kessely, I know you're in the back. I will bring you on. Don't go too far, please. Let me come back to you, my brother, CMC Jacob Jala.
Thank you, Theo. So the first comment I'll make is that I do not approve the kind of language, colorful language that Prophet Keith uses. His repertoire of language is something I don't approve, and that is not my style of discourse. And the way he speaks, I would never play his content where my kids are. I don't think it's appropriate language for their development. That being clear of the way, I must also say that I have a particular word has been used here tonight: slippery slope. For me, freedom of speech is the most, as far as I'm concerned, from my point of view, is the most fundamental right for any human being anywhere in the world. Because it is on the basis of freedom of speech that we are able to create science, because then you have artistic freedom, that we are able to create music, that we are able to unleash the creative potential of the human animal, of the human being. So anything that looks like trying to control or limit speech offenses that is not disrupting the peaceful harmony of society, that is not inciting violence, that is not creating disorder in society, I do not believe we should take any step in a democracy to damage or control or prevent such a speech. I believe that Prophet Key's comment of this quote-unquote man cause does not fall in a category of destructive speech. And therefore, I think the action of the Supreme Court to send this man to jail because of the use of words that they consider as hurtful was a violation of his constitutional right, and I think it's a breach of our democratic constitutional right on free speech. That's the first thing I want to say. I mean, the second thing I want to say, the last one I want to say, I don't know how much time I had. The last thing I want to say, can you use the word? And then I also saw Tiawan Gonglo use a particular phrase. He said a comment that Prophet Key made belittle. That's what Kanye said. The words that Prophet Key, the Marcos he used. He said a belittle and degraded the court, quote unquote. And then Councillor Gonglo said, in Rosen, he said, freedom of speech does not extend to speech that threatens, degrades, or unlawfully impugn the integrity of the court or obstructs the administration of justice. Whatever Prophet Key said did not do any of the following. The so-called Marcos did not obstruct the administration of the court. It did not impugn on the integrity. It did not degrade. It did not threaten. Now, one more point I would like to say, people who sit at the Supreme Court or judges at the Supreme Court are expected to be the highest, they are said to be in a state of the highest psychological stability. If you tell me that a justice of the Supreme Court feels degraded because somebody calls their man, that means they're not in the right mental, psychological, philosophical grounding to be justices of the Supreme Court. That means they have not passed the minimum scrutiny and test of having the mental fortitude to be able to be justice of the Supreme Court. Somebody calls my man before, but I do not feel degraded if somebody calls my man. Then why should the Supreme Court justice feel degraded because somebody calls their man? I do not feel threatened because somebody calls my man. I don't expect the Chief Judge to feel threatened if somebody calls their man. So everything that has been listed, as far as I'm concerned, do not meet the test we're talking about here.
Thank you very much. So we'll call so many people want to call in. We'll give them the chance. They will weigh in. Right now, I will call the Serena Cephas. I have Serena Cephas, the former Solicitor General, on the phone. Let's listen to him. Other people want to weigh in. It's very unique, and we'll have a very, very good conversation. The Honorable Serena Cephas, welcome to Spoon Talk.
Thank you. First, I want to start with, I like the debate. First, if you look at the Constitution, the 1986 Constitution, Article 7, it clearly left the issue inconclusive. It said the legislature shall determine. But in the case, if you read Francis G. to his in 23, like it's a 1970 opinion, the Supreme Court said it has the inherent constitutional authority to determine what constitutes contempt. For example, you pass in front of the Supreme Court and you have a hand behind you or laughing loudly. If the court feels that conduct is contemptuous, they can hold you in contempt. What is a contempt? Contempt is a sui generis action, one of its kind. In a contempt proceeding, that's why I listen to Gabon there. He said, oh, it has to be something that is obstructive or maybe tend to belittle. Yes, if you engage in conduct that defames, belittles, impugns the reputation of the court with the intent to bring into public disrepute, that constitutes contempt. In the Abapo case, it's found in 24 Liberian Law Report, page 3. The Supreme Court went on as a 1975 case. It's in 24 Liberian Law Report. The Supreme Court said the constitutional guarantee of freedom of expression is not free. Then the 1986 Constitution, which is Article 15 that is relied upon. The only authority the Supreme Court has to defend, or courts of law in the Republic have to defend their image, their authority, is that contempt power. And that's why I say it's a sui generis action. It's one of its own kind, in which the justice or the judge sits as a complainant, as a judge, as a witness, and asks you and just throw the burden to you and say, show us why you can't be held in contempt. Fellow Liberians and my fellow colleagues, the conduct of Prophet Key was highly contemptuous. For example, there's a case that I won against his client, his friend who he interacting with. He came to the courtyard and dealt with my mom in a form and manner I've never heard myself. Tear came from my eye that day. I stood up. I said, well, I'll leave it with you. There will come a time, one day you will be caught. So he has been caught, pens down. There's no debate about it. For example, as we speak, we went yesterday, to witness some of the proceedings and wanted to see how Prophet Key would present himself. Because this case, this ruling, we just sent it onto our RCC website and we sent it to our friends in Uganda. The Chief Justice in Uganda is conducting a contempt proceeding and has asked for the judgment from Liberia. We just sent it to them today, this afternoon. There's a guy in Uganda who is a social media podcaster, but is also a lawyer who died with the Chief Justice in the form of manner, especially the Chief Justice mother. So he's in jail. In the case of Uganda, the guy is in jail before the hearing is hard. In our case, he was given due process. He had an opportunity to beg the court. So what is true? I saw Honorable George Warner wrote a brilliant piece. But I said in my comment to him, I said this is a fairly good academic exercise. But legally and contextually it's asymmetrical in terms of context, because it doesn't deal with the situation. It tends to deal with emotions that our conduct that has the potential to belittle, undermine the integrity, and impugn the reputation of judges or justices with contemptuous.
Can we ask some questions?
So, the Honorable, I know you're standing back. We will ask you questions. Yeah, I say I know you're standing back. Hello, I'm hearing you. Can you hear me?
Saturn.
Yes, I am hearing you, honorable man. Can you hear me? You are live on Spoon. Serena, you are live, Councillor.
You hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's what I wanted to say. So the court acted pursuant to the Constitution. Yeah. Constitutional.
All right, Lloyd, phone went off. I'm going to bring the rest of the guys. We'll get back to Councillor Steve first. Yes, indeed, we'll call all the folks to weigh in. And we got to post people, some people for, some people against. Let me welcome Emmanuel George, Agela Stama, Paul Kennedy. Emmanuel, let's hear you.
Well, Stanton, the Supreme Court today ran a verdict to put Prophet Key in prison for 6 months. I don't have much to say on that. I'm surprised that Prophet Key went to the court yesterday and he started crying and begging. I expected him to be tough. He didn't. He refused to be yesterday. I was pleasantly surprised. So this is not unique to Liberia. I tried to research this whole thing, trying to go around the world to see whether it have happened anywhere before. And there are 2 cases in India, actually. One for a very renowned Indian lawyer by the name of Prashant Bhushan. In 2020, he sent out 2 tweets about the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court hold him for criminal contempt and charge him 1 rupee fine or go in jail for 3 months. He decided to go in jail for 3 months. So he went to prison for 3 months and said he was not going to pay the 1 rupee. So that is an example of what we see our code appears to be using today in Liberia. And then there's another case of another lawyer who wrote a judicial affidavit against the Supreme Court in India, and that lawyer was also put in prison for 1 day. So the court appears to have the right to conduct the exercise they conducted today. The question that continues to plague my mind is first the 3G speed that this case appears to have had, why our brother T. Wangala Fangalo's case has been pending for 3 years. Nobody seems to be bringing that case up, but we have a case that went up for 3G speed. As I said before, I expected that Prophet Q would have been strong. Look, this thing, when you're ready to enter into these things that we do, you have to prepare yourself to go into it. And let me be very clear on one point I would like to share. My mother brought 6 children in this world. I'm the only boy she had. So I have 5 sisters all around me. I do not support people being insultive to females. I do not. I feel that men who spend their time insulting females have some serious challenges in their life. But Prophet Q also have raised a brand in Liberia. It appears, and he been on the airway for years. And the next part of my brain is saying, okay, he been doing this for so many years. Why is it now that it has become so important? Why over the years he has been doing it? Why didn't we use the same authority we have? The Chief Justice was the, how they call it? He used to be the associate justice on the court for the years that Professor Q have been sending all these invectives towards the female sex. But be that as it may, the Supreme Court appears, from many research I try to do to understand this thing very well today, appears to have acted in their power and their right. I think there's something they call suo motu something, or taking the motion of my own cognizance or something like that. The lawyers can talk to that one. I'm not a lawyer and I would never pretend to be one of them. But I don't have much to say in this entire entire
Thank you.
proceeding.
After saying all this thing, you say you don't have much to say. Then I don't want to see you when you get much to say. Seriously. Let me bring you, before we go to Jackie, for the second round, we'll be going to the phone line there. After we uploading all those videos, I want to say, my people, this is your show. You got to come into it and tell us exactly what you think. I'm going to give my own opinion too. I'm going to take a side in this. And I'm going to try to be fair and balanced, because indeed to each his own. But this kind of precedent that is so new, so broad, so very interesting, we got to jump into it. Paul Kennedy, Tamba Agalas. Paul, let's give you 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Stanton, and good evening to my colleagues on the panel, the Liberian people. So I went back to read the court ruling. If that 3 pages is what the court of document that you share in the chat room, if that's the final ruling, then I think the court is, I'm trying to find my words before they charge me for contempt. But, you know, then I think that the court is overstepping its bounds. And what do I mean by this? So the Constitution gave you free speech, but it also talks about you being responsible into managing that speech, right? Because there's a line, there's a thin line. And you know, they say you got to be careful, especially where the content comes, because once you utter a word that tends to defame the character or undermine the credibility of the court could hold you in contempt. When I listened to Prophet Key, I went back and listened to the tape on several occasions. I listened to him actually stating on the alleging that the judge has been compromised, he takes money, and those I believe would be defaming the judge's character and undermining the credibility of the court. But in that ruling, I didn't see anything like that. I see they say the murder cause, he's been causing women cause, and you know, so because of that, they're going to punish him. Y'all hear me out. Why the contempt thing is it's a thin line, and I think what the court is trying to do is to weaponize weaponize their power or weaponize free speech, and that's not good for our democracy. I thought they were going to indict and punish Prophet Key because he actually alleged that a certain judge is corrupt by taking money and doing things, but no, I didn't see any of that. And you are the lawyers here. Can you push me into the direction on those 3 pages? Except there's another document, Councilor Bagbala, can you please educate me? I am a student of public health. I have no legal understanding. Where on that document, those 3 pages, are those the final rulings? One, and if those are the final rulings, how could they completely deviate from the aspect that Prophet Key, and let me use the legal word, it said defames and deem and all kinds of things that undermines the credibility of the court. So if those are what they are using, I think that they are trying to weaponize to scare people from talking. And somebody talk about Uganda. My people, you stop it. Uganda is not a good country for
India
us.
and Uganda, those are the best examples.
You stop. Uganda is one of the people they stole the election and nobody's talking about it.
Right? Let's stick with this. Let's stick to this. Don't pull frustration on Uganda.
Right. So I don't want someone coming on this platform trying to link Uganda as a reference of study, right? So what I'm saying here is the court has the authority to determine, and I'm listening to my friend, the Councilor Serena Seaforth, who came and made a clear explanation there. All they are telling me tonight is that the court, at its own discretion, can decide what is contempt, and if they don't like you, they can go after you and punish you. And that's exactly what's going to make us scared and very afraid from expressing our opinion. I think the Liberian government, especially the judiciary, they are trying not to weaponize free speech and come to cleverly get people who they don't want. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Paul. We'll do another one. Tama, let's hear you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be going to the phone line. Don't forget, we want to hear from you. We got some video to play. We will do the argument, our own layman understanding, and that of the lawyers that are on this show.
They will bring us up to speed. Sereno Cephas is coming back on. We got a representative, Yeke Koruba. We're going to call lawmakers to weigh in and give us exactly the side if they are not afraid. We're going to have one of the biggest shows tonight again. So share the show on YouTube, on Facebook, on Instagram, Spoon FM, Fabric FM, Super FM, Voice of Liberia. You can find us and be part of this great program. Let's hear from our brother, Tama Aguilar. Tama?
Yes, thank you, CEO. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I have followed the Prophet Key case keenly over the last couple of days. And in my first contribution on this issue, I said that the Supreme Court should really team up mercy with justice. And here's why. It is generally not a crime to criticize sitting justices or even to insult them. We've seen it in democracies like the United States. And that's where I like to take my comparison from, because we, Liberia, our governance and legal system is modeled after that of the United States. I don't like to go to Uganda. Uganda needs to join a democracy. Secondly, we have seen that you can criticize a court both within the confines of the court itself and outside of the court. But your criticism, once they are deemed to be either fighting wars mean they incite others to defame and to denigrate, and that's the word they use, to denigrate or defame the court, then that's fighting wars. They can amount to contempt. But also when your criticism amount to defamation means you take someone's name and you drag it in the mud. And we've heard Prophet Key's own allegation and accusation against both the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Honorable Ogbese, as well as the entire court, wherein he not only insulted, the justices' mothers, but he also accused the court of corruption. What I say is, when you accuse a high court, you can criticize all you want, but when you say the court is corrupt and you say certain things, you have to be able to justify or defend and prove that in court, which Prophet Key was not able to do today in court over the last 2 days. Secondly, Emmanuel, I hate to say this to you, but Prophet Key disappointed you guys. Prophet Key was chicken. If Prophet Key felt that her advocacy was genuine, why go to court and not stick to your word and not stick to your gun? And say, that's why I said, because I believe in it. So for all the advocates out there, Prophet Key is not a role model.
Tama will not interrupt you, but Prophet Key is a propagandist for Unity Party. He's not
a role model for ANC.
He's not a role model for Unity Party.
He's not a role model. He's not a role model for ANC. He's not a role model for ANC.
We're gonna allow Tama to finish up. Please, we got to conduct this.
Thank you, CEO. Thanks for protecting me. So he's not a role model for ANC, and he disappointed you big time. Because if Prophet Key was a genuine advocate,
I mean, I said very disappointed or the best working with
Let allow Emmanuel to finish, please.
Tama, yes. Tama, if Prophet Key was a genuine advocate, he would have stood his ground, and he has gotten the biggest stage today in the Supreme Court, where he would have said, I believe in what I said, and I'm ready to justify and prove this in court. And he didn't do that. So that's a disappointment. And then 30, the lawyers have cited the Constitution. Well, I'm just going to cite one portion of our Liberian Constitution, Article 5, Section B, where it says, the Republic shall preserve and promote positive Liberian culture, ensuring that traditional values are compatible with public policy and national progress, and they are adopted and developed as an integral part of our growing needs of the Liberian society. Prophet Key doesn't represent that. As much as I am an advocate, I have been doing this for 20 years, but Prophet Key doesn't represent that in the Liberian society, where we respect women, where we respect mothers, where Marcos and Pacos is something I haven't seen in the morning until after the war. We growing up in Liberia, we were afraid to even use.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a moral family thing. That way, but let's go back to the court now. We will not bring
yes.
I've seen say your baby. I'm not
okay.
I
hear you. So So based on
Tama, let's put it on. I beg you, Chief.
Can I get 1 second? Can I get 1 second?
I beg you, I gotta play this video, then we'll do another round. I know we gotta be aggressive here. We got a lot of people within the court. I have to play this video. Prophet Key in court, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know what Tama then is owning their own propagandas.
For the years, engaged in investors, bigger languages, profanity, and outright abuse against prominent Liberians, especially women, and now the mother of the sitting Chief Justice.
Just to bring us to speed, that's the ruling today. The Chief Justice speaking. They're going to speak and they're going to give the sentence and they're going to ask Prophet Key to be sent by the sheriff of the court, or how you call them, the officers. So pay attention, let's listen, then we will definitely dive deeper into this conversation.
For the years, engaged in investors, bigger languages, profanity, and outright abuse against prominent Liberians, especially women, and now the mother of the sitting Chief Justice, his action run contrary to the spirit, letters, and intent of the Constitution. Hence, his actions constitute contempt of the Honorable Supreme Court and punishable as such. Wherefore, in view of the foregoing, the contender is hereby adjudged guilty of criminal contempt, and the court hereby imposes a definite and certain imprisonment term of 6 months or 180 calendar days at the Monrovia Central Prison. And prior to his release, he is hereby ordered to publish a letter of apology to the Supreme Court and to all Liberians, especially Liberian women, in 3 widely circulated newspapers for 5 consecutive days. And in addition, is further ordered as a precondition to his release to execute and file a behavior bond with the clerk of the Supreme Court, clearly indicating that he will never use investors in bigger languages with profanity or outright abuse of any Liberian. And this order takes immediate effect, and it is hereby so ordered. Giving on our hands in the seal of the Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia, this 13th day of February 2026. Signed, Yami Kofi Senior, Chief Justice, Supreme Court of Liberia. James Edward Howard Wodokoli, Associate Justice, Supreme Court of Liberia. Joseph D. Kaba, Associate Justice, Supreme Court of Liberia. CNN D. Clinton Johnson, Associate Justice, Supreme Court of Liberia. Burkhard N. Cannon, Associate Justice, Supreme Court of Liberia.
Mr. Clerk, in obedience to the mandate, you will immediately issue commitment placing in the hands of the sheriff. You have to say, escorted to the central prison. Mr. Marshal, you will take possession of the civilian. You will renew your hand with commitment prepared. In the attempt of resisting, God is not being outside of the community. Mr. Marshall, let's see you get it out. Why do it come?
Something happened though. Something was set in order today. I want to say to all of you, the last 3 minutes, 33 seconds changed our country. Changed the way we all believe that freedom of expression was actually freedom of expression. That last 3 minutes, 33 seconds.
As we welcome Dr. Bople and others will be joining us, my fellow Liberians, we would like to hear from you. And before we do this, we'll do a mini round only for you to contribute. Give it your best. You have seen the clerk or the friend of the court write the message. Everybody sign, 5 of them together. I'm going to start with Governor Clinton, Dr. Richardson, and go around the clock. And then from there, we will go to my brother Yeke Koruba. And also, we're going to go to the Liberian people. You must call in today. You must be part of this. Simple question. I say simple, but it's hard to answer. Different belief. Do you think the Supreme Court honor Chief Justice Bassey? Do you think they did the right thing today? Was the law applied? Do you think the decision of the Supreme Court to jail Prophet Key for 6 months for causing man cause and power cause was the right decision? Because they held him in contempt for cursing, not for allegation on the Chief Justice, for cursing the court. But would be very fair though. The court must have dignity, must be respected. The court must be protected. The court must be honored. That's why they say the Supreme Court of the land. So give it your best shot. Convince somebody. If you disagree with the decision of the court, whether or not you can convince somebody that the court was wrong today. Appreciate the court if you think the decision of the court was a unique one. Everyone in Liberia watching you, they need to know your honest opinion. Do you think, Gamade, and we are not lawyers. Just pretend that you're not talking to a lawyer. Do you think the decision of the court was the best one today? Having heard, listened to 3 minutes, 33 seconds of the Supreme Court, their final ruling on Prophet Key, and then he was taken out. As evidenced by all these videos and photos will be displaying to you. He was taken out. Let me push a little bit. Look at Prophet Key in handcuff. Look at Prophet Key going to the bathroom. Look at Prophet Key. You can say what you want to say. We were there. But we asked for the political gain. We asked whether this help or hurt Unity Party or the opposition. There's something changed today in Liberia. My Liberian people, we need to speak up. We need to wake up. But let me squeeze the last one. Then we'll go to Gamade Clinton. What say you about this? The decision of the Supreme Court today and what happened under Judy Andy. As you come on to explain, please help us. Let me play this real quick.
The city solicitor in the Monrovia City Court filed a case on behalf of the government of Liberia against Prophet Key and charged him criminally because
there's no sound. I'm not sure what that's on my end.
On a podcast that Judy Andy felt were insulting to her. It's in the environment on the arrest. So they charged him criminally for speech that he made. The part that I played in it was I called the city solicitor and I asked him, is it true that you have arrested Prophet Key on behalf of the government of Liberia and charged him criminally? He said, yes. I said, on what basis? He said, on the basis of a complaint filed by this lady who said that she was criminally insulted in his podcast. Then I asked him, are you aware of the Table Mountain Declaration that Liberia signed, where Liberia decriminalized the criminalized speech? And are you also aware of the 2019 Camara Act, where we repealed all the penal code sections that has to do with criminal speech? He said, well, I aware of that, Councillor, but show it to me. I said, okay, go and look at it. And if you see that speech of the kind that Prophet Key made has been decriminalized, that people cannot be arrested for it, then your best course of action.
Governor, let me bring you in. Now you listen to the Supreme Court, but the advisor to the president, though. A counselor. Let's hear you, Governor.
Look, this Supreme Court is known for interpreting the Constitution however it sees fit. This is the same Supreme Court, and Councillor Sifa just said it. The Constitution says that.
You said it known for interpreting the Constitution
however they see fit.
Let me ask you a question. Isn't the reason why they were appointed?
Well, hold on 1 second.
No, let's have a conversation.
Judges, but same time. When you have a plain language, the way you interpret law is when the plain language, if the legislature says every Sunday no market day, the Supreme Court can come and says and add another interpretation. That's what they call plain language. So if the Constitution says in Article 74, in all matters of contempt, whether in the Supreme Court or in the lower court, the legislature should impose the penalty. The Supreme Court cannot come back and say, no, we have inherent power to do it. Nowhere in the Constitution that it gives the Supreme Court that power. The Constitution explicitly gives that power to the legislature. So when the Supreme Court do that, it is in misinterpreting the Constitution, or is what you call judicial overreach in this case. So back to our discussion. The Constitution doesn't define.
But can you help us understand, though? I sorry to push you, Councillor, please.
Push me, Stanton. Push me.
After the Supreme Court, where you going next?
Well, after the Supreme Court, you have the other two branches of government that are responsible to check on each other. That's what our system of government does.
Correct. So I will agree with you, but the reason why they are the Supreme Court, they are the final arbiter of justice now when you try to interpret the law within that group, right?
Well, that's why you have the other branches of government. That's why you have the legislature that can.
Are you saying the Supreme Court was wrong? And what
the Supreme Court is wrong? Courts are always wrong, Stanton. This idea that when the court passes a decision, it is law at that moment, but this idea that it is the right decision is problematic. The U.S. Supreme Court says that slavery was legal. Is slavery legal today? Did the Supreme Court not overturn that decision? That's why it's called an opinion of the Supreme Court. Another bench can come and overturn that decision. So the Supreme Court doesn't always get it wrong. Sometimes they get it right, and they'll have to revisit that decision. In this case, they got it right. Now, I was telling you before that the Constitution doesn't define what contempt of the Supreme Court is. So you have to look at other places in the Constitution where it talks about contempt, legislative contempt, obstruction, impediment of legislative function. That's it. Then you have to look outside other jurisdiction, the U.S., of course. How do you treat contempt, right? Best practice in this day is if you have indirect contempt, as in the case of Prophet Key, that is not even heard before the very court. You appoint a U.S. attorney that deals with that. And if even this was in a direct contempt in the court, the judge, if this is a personal attack on the judge and not just disruption of the court, the judge cannot sit over that case. He has to recuse himself because it's a personal attack on the judge. These people are living in the Stone Age. They are stuck in the Archaic Age, and they try to repeat these opinions that is not modern. Like nowhere in the world we're doing it. Uganda, the only example they will give is somewhere like Uganda. See what's talking about. You call his friend in Uganda. Uganda is a standard. That's a dictatorship. What are we talking about Uganda, right? So we are saying, look, if you're looking for an example, I will tell you what example. I will give you an example as 1826, when a judge, you had a lawyer, he had in America who was prosecuting the case before a judge, and he felt that the judge was corrupt or was messing with his kids. He anonymously wrote in a newspaper. Guess what? The judge found out that he wrote that article, and the judge suspended him, his license, and the judge ordered him jail. The way that was handled was the U.S. Congress responded and restricted the federal courts and said you can no longer hold somebody in contempt for any behavior that happens outside of court. It has to be direct disruption within a court. And this is what we are asking this legislature to do. This is the modern era of contempt. You're not, look, if you can, in one instance, say, if you call somebody, like in the Judy Andy case, we've decriminalized speech. But if you cause a judge, now we hold you in contempt and send you to jail. It's not logical. Doesn't make sense. It can't be criminal in one instant and not criminal in another instant. And this is why I said this Supreme Court is wrong. The legislature must respond. It's that simple.
The contempt on which they brought how you call him, Prophet Key in though, were they right to hold him under contempt? Not sentencing.
Absolutely not, because he insulted somebody. No, like Stanton, if you insulted somebody,
will you consider that quickly as denigrating the court?
No, I wouldn't consider that as denigrating the court. I wouldn't, and the court should not even be denigrated by that. You public official insulted every day. Now, even if an individual judge was saying this is defaming my character, there is remedial law, right? And even if that judge is going to even pursue defamation, it becomes hollow. Do you even know it's hollow to prove defamation against a public official proving defamation, because the standard is even higher? If I insult
so what's the remedy to Prophet Key, right? He's in jail for 6 months now.
1 second. If I insulted Jacob has to prove that somebody else heard it, right? And it's injured his character. If I insulted the president of Liberia, he has to prove malicious intent. He has to prove that it was willful, it was malicious, I knew this was false, and I still make the statement. Higher standard. What do we do that? We do that because we don't want public officials to use their position or to be insulated from criticism. And this is bad. This is what's happening right now. These judges are saying they are above criticism, they are above insults, and they are untouchable, and nobody should touch them. And exactly, I think somebody said it. This is to scare everybody up and say, don't touch the court. That's what happened with most of our lawyers in Liberia.
Let me go to Dr. Richard saying
they stay away from
conversation. I'll bring Serena Sufos later because he disagreeing with you on my phone, but let me bring in Dr. Richard saying. Dr. Richard saying these lawyers will disagree with each other, but let's get your own opinion on this now as we move to the phone line after this segment.
So there's a lot to think about, Stanton, and think about it very carefully. A lot of Liberians may be thinking, is the court into monitoring or judging my cuss? That's the first question that we have. Had Professor Key, who's been cussing everybody's mother, as I said, including myself, was he going to be called in contempt to court and put in jail? Had he not cussed just a business mom? I mean, it just seemed as if, there's a lot of domination, there's a lot of power play going on with the court system here, which scares me a lot compared to them adjudicating a case. When we think about, freedom of speech, it's a slippery slope, obviously, because one can also ask where your right starts is where my right ends. Okay? So my only question that I have when it comes to this case, what is the role of the lower court? Perhaps the lawyers can ask us, because this took a fast trip to the Supreme Court. This case took a fast trip, so you lawyers can ask them, what is the role of the lower court? Number two, just like what Gamina's saying on this show, is that could the judge recuse himself from this case? Could he be excused because this was actually a personal issue involving him? So could he have excused himself? The last thing that I wanted to add, I think the former Minister of Education wrote something. He said that justice in the Supreme Court is supposed to preserve the community and not exercise, and I'm not quoting here exactly, not exercise domination. And somehow it feels like domination. It feels like abuse of power to me. In as much, and I want to say over 1,000 times, that I do not endorse Prophet Key's my cousin, okay? But at the same time, I'm very, very leery about the manner in which freedom of speech is being adjudicated, is being explained by the court. I'm so much interested in freedom of speech. I believe that it should be it should be exercised in a culture, in a society.
Dr. Richardson, thank you. Yeke, Representative Yeke, District Number 10, Musarado County. Let's come to you. What do you think, Yeke? You listened to the ruling, you followed the show. We asked you before. I know you are not changing your position. What are your major concerns here moving forward? Can you unmute, Yeke? Yeke, can you unmute? All right, let's go ahead and break. Yeke, go ahead, Yeke. I know you're not changing your position. What are your major concerns here moving forward?
Stanton, are you hearing me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Yeke, go ahead.
Okay, Stanton, let me say this. You know, am I muted? Hello.
Speak,
Go
speak.
ahead.
We can
Go
hear
ahead.
you.
Go ahead. Keep talking. We can hear you.
I think there's a delay in his internet. All right, we have
can you come in so we can get Yeke? Let's go. Let's move on. Let's make this round important. Dr. Richardson, can you take care quickly?
I think he said Jacob Jara should go ahead. So, and then we'll go to the
Yeah.
next.
Okay. So, Gamera made a great point, and I think I earlier made similar point. You see, the thing is, for me, how do you, interpret the law in such a way? For me, I found it a little bit like strange because, I call him today, George Warner. George Warner did a brilliant piece. To be honest, I read it. It was an excellent exercise of wisdom, and I think, he shared a great light. And I expect the Supreme Court to be sharing such a level of wisdom on the highest court, but I think Judge Warner kind of saved the day in many respects, in terms of the speech, in terms of his reaction to what happened. And there was another question about, like, for example, the sanctity of the code, respect for the code and something. And Judge Warner says something in his piece I would like to read out here. It's very important. He talked about, like, courts do not lose their authority because they are criticized. Even unevenly, they lose their authority when they confuse offense with obstruction, when they confuse ridicule, for example, with rebellion. You know what I mean? So for me, like, the exercise of that of Prophet Keith Marcos, we're talking about here, may have been a form of a ridicule, and in a realm of freedom of speech, those things happen. Like, people can lampoon public officials. Other people do cartoons, that tend to press, that people may find offensive, still in the exercise of their freedom of speech. And I think those who hold a position of authority in the country, for example, president, speaker, public officials, judges of the Supreme Court, chief justices, those people who hold enormous power, within a democracy, they do have to have a certain degree of thick skin. They can be fickle, they can be emotional, they can be too feeling driven in that sense, to the extent where somebody, I listen to the lawyer that called, he said he was on the, on the judge, somebody calls a man, he almost cried. So if you become a powerful person in society, you have to transcend that. You can't cry because somebody calls a man and you become chief justice. You have to develop a certain level of immunity to that kind of so-called exercise of a verbal offense that may be sharp or may be colorful in that manner. And that's why, for me, and I talked about today speaking from my perspective, from a philosophical point of view, that's what Plato said. When democracy was being developed, Plato said, the poor asked, who should be kings? Who should be our rulers? Who should be our governors? Plato said, only philosophers should be kings, and kings must be philosophers. And the reason why Plato contributed that to democratic development in ancient Greece, when democracy was developing, was that people who are in public leadership, people who have authority, people who have on power, sometimes powers are unlimited, they can't be normal human beings. They can be people who just move on feelings because somebody calls their mind moved by that. No, they have to experience a level of transcendence. They have to have philosophical grounding. They have to be able to rise above things that a normal average man get hurt by. They can't be hurt by that because they have to rise psychologically at a higher threshold. For me, and I think justice is also critical. If I'm judge, for example, I'm minister, someone being in public space before, I get insulted every day. People call my mom, I would never make palaver or anybody least to send somebody to jail for 6 months for cursing my mom. It will never happen. Why? Because I'm not bothered by that. I'm thick skin. You cut my I understand. For me, somebody called me, I think you need help. Rather than me punishing you, you probably need maybe you're having psychological difficulties, maybe you're having emotional difficulties. I pity you, I feel sorry for you. I can't punish you for causing my mom. No, I'd rather help you because you have a certain level of psychological breakdown potentially. So I don't say you jail for 6 months for causing my mom. So I would need that kind of wisdom at the Supreme Court. Now, it's not all about law, what the Constitution say, what the Penal Code say. No, we have to be wiser. We have to be what the judges are for. They are wise men and women in the village. You have to understand some of these nuances. That's my contribution on the point.
Can that come in?
Thank you. Yes. Can we allow Representative Koloba to come in because he was speaking and then got interrupted. So go ahead, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I maintain my statement that abuse of power, the Chief Justice is taking power into a hand to suppress citizens of the country. The Chief Justice as an individual was affected, not the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court did not give any ruling that was obstructed by Prophet Key. I do not agree with the way Prophet Key go on with the way he's doing it. Everybody got their own way of doing what they want to do. But Prophet Key accused the Chief Justice that he could now with business people, taking money from business people, making the people homeless in the street. The Chief Justice didn't talk about that. He agreed that he corrupt. Everything Prophet Key said, that he could now be with business people and making the people homeless, he agreed with it. The only thing he disagreed with, Prophet Key caused my mind. Then go to the civil law court. Go to the criminal court. Why are you taking the law into your hand? You know what the Supreme Court have just said? The Supreme Court have just said, when somebody pass in my yard, I get contempt power as you hold it in contempt. That's what the Supreme Court said. That's what the Supreme Court said. And I mean, in my mind, it's wrong. That's taking the law into your hand, that using power that is not given to you by law. We are to prescribe the penalty for contempt. Have we done any prescription? Have we prescribed anything to say when Dr. Richardson is held for contempt? This is the crime. I mean, this is the penalty she should go through. We have not done anything of such. But let me close on this. I think my 1 minute gone. Stanton, don't call any lawyer on the show. They will not get you no dissenting view. But when you talk to them off their line, they will tell you that the Chief Justice is wrong. Because you know why? Everybody have that case. Everybody get case in our Supreme Court. Before your case come on the docket, you got to go meet the Chief Justice. You think Serena C4 wants to say something different here? But when you drop the line, call him. He will give you his personal view. That's how coward we are. And the country cannot work this way, Stanton. The Chief Justice was accused of being corrupt, conniving with business people, taking money and making the people homeless, and building his hotel in Qatar. Did he disagree with it? He agreed that he corrupt, in my mind. That's what he did. He didn't say anything about it. But the only thing he said was, Prophet Key caused my mind. Prophet Key called Google for mine in the country. He didn't hear it. Is Judy Andy not human being? Oh, but Judy Andy will not talk right now because her self think they will give her job. If Giuliani were not depending on the government of Georgia, Giuliani will talk, I know very well. When nothing happened, I wrote communication that we should send for the Justice Minister to show cause why or citizens who were affected went to the court and the case was thrown outside. Come on. I mean, why he need Mr. Chief Justice, if you got case with any citizen, go to the court. Come meet me face to face. Or you want to be the complainant, be the judge? It's wrong. That abusing the law of the country, and we will say hey, at any time, nobody can do nothing to me. I will be in the Liberia very soon. Thank you.
Dr. Bobla have spoken. Dr. Bobla, can you come in? And we will be going to the phone line, folks. Sorry for some interruption here at my end. Apparently, I have to go do some grandfather duty, but we'll make this thing, try to help till the next hour, 27 minutes. Dr. Bobla, we know we hear you. Does the court have contempt power? Contempt power, Dr. Bobla. While you explain, can you help us understand whether this court has contempt power? And if yes, can you help us understand how does the court charge one with contempt and punishment? Welcome to the show, Dr. Bobla.
Thank you, Stanton. Good evening to all my friends and to those who watch and listen. Keep doing that. Let's stay engaged. One conversation at a time, we could change the nation. Stanton, first, I just want to say off the top, Councilor Cephas's comparison with Uganda does not work. Never compare us with Uganda, especially talk about justice. Bad example, bad comparison, doesn't work. But that's what I want to say. Profanity, to me, represents a deficiency in somebody's vocabulary. If the only way I can express myself or make my observation about something is to use vulgarity, then I have a deficiency. Mao, pow, we are not supposed to be cussing one another. It's wrong. Absolutely wrong. But let's look at the substance of the case, though. So he goes to court, he feels like he done something wrong. He cried, he apologized to the court. This case never worked its way up. If there was somebody different, Stanton, who will sue, will go to a lower court. It ain't happened here. Went straight up to the high court. And when you look at the ruling and read it, and I just want to caution all of us Liberians, law in its purest and finest form is not partisan. So for those of us who support the government, don't run to do the hard thing. This is a head matter because it will affect us all. So we should be careful how we respond to this. This is the highest court in the land, and the rulings of the Supreme Court become the law of the land. So this one is a Liberia thing. We need to go slower at it. He's wrong when he insults people. And all those who do it, you don't want to put there plenty here to do that. You're wrong. But to go to court, you say, I'm sorry. And then I hear people say the court has contempt power. Listen, everything that's lawful is not beneficial. And this was a good time to temper justice with mercy. The cases on the dockets, people, land, all those things, we're struggling. I'm one of those 2 cases. You're spending money, you can hardly get through. And then we call a case and say, you insulted people, you'll go to jail. For me, and I think for all Liberians, the question should be, did the ruling today strengthen our democracy and affirm freedom of speech? The answer for me is no. You made it more difficult for people to speak because now it becomes very muddy, very subjective, contempt. I don't think we help ourselves today, and I wish the outcome had been different. Thank you, Stanton.
That's what we're asking the question. You're not endorsing Prophet Key constant habit of insults.
Absolutely not. Not just him, anybody.
But
and we know plenty of people who talk like that. Anybody is wrong.
Again, does the court have a contempt power?
They do. But how you use it? Look, if you look at the thing.
So, Dr. Bobler, hold on. Dr. Bobler, you say yes to do. Yeah. Why are you trying to limit it? Is there any limitation to the contempt power, Dr. Bobler? Are there any limitations here?
I think so. Listen, Article 15 said that we have freedom of speech. And they provided some guardrails and some exceptions. Your speech should not incite violence, disrupt people, those things, and cause violence on other people. It categorizes it, you know, and so we got to be careful, because what this does is,
I don't want us to be careful, Dr. Bobler. I want us to be fair.
No, I'm saying careful in the sense of how you use the power.
Yeah, no, but Dr. Bobler, you know, for me, I want us to help ourselves and others out there that listen to us. We shouldn't be careful there. If you say the court does have the power to hold you in contempt, and they exercise that power, and upon that, they can punish, then why are you trying to be careful? Why are you trying to differentiate now as to how far the court should go and can go, though? That's the conflict. We cannot have it both ways, Dr. Bobler.
So, but
let's let them finish.
I really want you to help us. I want us to have this conversation. I encourage Dr. Richardson to come in. Let's take our time, not 30 seconds, and just have this argument. If the court have a contempt power, and the court said, listen, like my brother Gamma said, that we do have the power. It's not about Prophet Key causing the Chief Justice mother. The female on the court felt offended. Justice, the two female justice and the two male justice also felt offended that it is against the court and the court should act. So if the court see it necessary, deem it necessary, that we do have a contempt power, we use it today. Are you putting limitation to the usage of the power they possess as the Supreme Court?
I will ask you a different question. The more relevant question is, did we help freedom? Yeah, you ask your question, so let me ask you.
But you got to answer me now. You can't say mine is not relevant and you want to ask me the more relevant question. I will answer you.
I'm talking about in the bigger scheme of
in the bigger sense of things, you answer my question.
Go ahead and ask your question and see you.
I did already. You see, you said mine is not relevant, so you didn't pay attention.
No, I didn't say that. I heard it. You said, do they have a limit on their exercise of their contempt powers? That was their question.
Good answer, sir.
I actually answered that question at the beginning. I said I thought it was better for the court to temper justice with mercy.
But you're not saying the court is wrong. Are you saying the court is wrong? You just saying I thought it's better that the court ran up mercy, right? Temper of mercy with justice. But you're not saying the court is wrong.
I'm not, listen, I'm not saying the court is wrong.
Thank you.
I'm not a lawyer, but I can tell you, listen, I can tell you for free that there are plenty of smart Liberian lawyers that can take the substance of the law. This is facts, right? They can take the facts of this matter and argue that the court was wrong. But this is the highest court. I will not listen. Guess what I'm saying? I'm saying the court rule. I'm not here for the right or wrong. I'm saying the court's decision.
We are asking for right or wrong because people out there trying for us to understand.
And I have stating that directions not to make a point. Let a good chance, man. Look at the other circuit.
In everything,
I will tell up on your show.
You can't pitch up into a particular place. The court did what the court did. Now I have a right as a citizen to respond to the court's ruling, and I'm telling you, one, it didn't help our democracy. I'm telling you, two, it didn't affirm freedom of speech. And I'm telling you, three, that a better decision from my perspective, the man can apologize, fine him, and let him pay some money. Every time you go to court, they say they ain't got no paper, they ain't got nothing. take some of that money he paid and use it to help strengthen the justice system. I don't think the court help us today.
And you don't think the court was wrong, but you advising the court they should
I'm not saying the court was wrong.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Senator, can I take my 1 minute now?
Now the opponent said the court was wrong. We'll come to you, Ed. Sorry, Paul. Let's go to Ed. Ed, let me straight up. And Ed, great. Not everybody just call it as it is. You can't have it both ways. You either say you are disagreeing with the court or you applaud the court's decision. For us to sit there and say, well, I think the court should temper mercy with justice, but the court not wrong. The court decision, the court ruling, they deem it necessary to go that direction. How can you say they are not wrong, but you suggested it didn't help the country, but then they must temper mercy with justice? Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go to the phone line and want to see whether that both play is wrong. Let us know.
Oh, your multiple choice question in school used to be only A and B, right? Then I have C. That
it used to be A, B, C, D, and F. It used to be from A to F. Great, let's go ahead.
Stanton, good day, everyone. Madam, how are you tonight?
I'm good, thank you. I'm good.
Thank you, sister. So, the only instrument, the only authority in our country that is given the right under the Constitution to interpret the law is the Supreme Court. And so, the Chief Justice is an embodiment of the court. I mean, if you attempt to touch the court or the Chief Justice, they are inseparable. They are one and the same. So people, it's not what, and their primary duty is to interpret the law, not George Conosia, not Clinton that is here, not anybody, but that Supreme Court is who is given the right, not even the legislature. In fact, there's a separation of creating the law and interpreting the law. That's the difference between the two bodies. And then, of course, the executor is probably the executive. So, whether you have an opinion, as long as you are not that court, it's useless. You can say anything you want to say. That's the fundamental freedom. But in England, for instance, one of the oldest justice systems in our world, they call that body House of Lords. Besides God, they are next. That's why the House of Lords are given that interpretative power to say, look, anything you say, that's it. People say it's absolute. Yeah, it can be absolute, because absolute power corrupts absolutely. But unfortunately, our law has given them that authority to interpret. Now, somebody said Judy Andy. Judy Andy took a personal issue to court, and then she wants to turn that an issue against the state. Because anytime you criminalize an action, that action is against the state. So this today is Prophet Key versus the Republic of Liberia, because the Supreme Court is an embodiment of our law. So therefore, they are the Republic of Liberia as well. So when people are giving their interpretation, their own, emotional, disposition and so on and so forth, they must remember, first of all, that our law has given those people an exclusive power to interpret what the law says. Now, I hear all kinds of interpretation. Yeah, it's good to hear, including George Conosia, who is not a lawyer. Well, unfortunately for him, he's not the one giving that authority.
But we are not there yet, Conor. We're here to give our own opinion. It's not about we say that the people will listen to us.
Our view.
We get our views. That's what we do.
That's exactly what it is. Hey, gentlemen. Hey, Clinton, hold on. That's exactly what it is. We give our view, but that has no effect on the views projected.
Okay, let me ask you a quick question. Do you think the court decision today was right? Conor Green.
It's not a matter of right or wrong. They have taken a decision.
We have given our opinion. In your opinion, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you say, why are you on the show if you say it doesn't matter? Why are you on the show?
Justice was served. So as
And
a
again,
result,
I'm asking
if
you,
you
the
want to take
Latino
it
people
as
want to
right
hear
or
us,
wrong,
brother. Do you think the Supreme Court decision today was right? Does it help our country moving
oh yes,
forward?
100%. If you want to hear that, it was right.
Thank you very
Spencer,
much.
Spencer, can I come in? I've not spoken.
I want to play this, then we'll go to
Spencer,
part time.
I've not spoken. Can I come in? I've not spoken. Can I come in?
Wait, I'm asking Conagre a question. Conagre, you haven't heard about
Wait,
this discussion before?
Okay.
Hold on,
Come on there.
let my
Come on
brother.
there. Come on there. Let me say this. Only to Stanton, please, I beg you to give me that chance without interruption. When the first day that we wanted Prophet Keys, that prophecy called to come on Spoon, I remember that day, Dr. Richardson, you remember, Stanton, you remember, Dr. Richardson, you were not in favor of that because of women's rights. You remember that day. You were not in favor. We debated that issue in the back. But what we get from the audience, especially the Unity Party folks, were, because Stanton asked that question, the Unity Party folks came on hard on us on Spoon that it was free speech that Prophet Keys needed to come on Spoon. Dr. Richardson, you remember, we had a debate in the back, but we succumbed to the audience because the Unity Party people, you get all the big guns of the Unity Party people at that time, they wanted Prophet Keys to come. At that time, Spoon said no. Dr. Richardson said no. It don't represent the image of Liberia and the network. I remember that day. But what happened? We succumbed to what the Unity Party people went outraged. Prophet Key came on the show. And my question is, why now? Why the Unity Party people, the Unity Party supporters are going against Prophet Keys now? Why now? Because Joseph Yima Boka sanctioned it. The Unity Party people sanctioned it. Mo Ali them and Darius Dillon, they sanctioned it. And I repeat again, with President Weah said, if you insult the presidency, the full weight of the law will go after you. The Unity Party people went outraged. I am not going to attack the court. I am not going to the court. Because, and I think what the court did is telling Joseph Yima Boka and the Unity Party people, they were wrong then. They were wrong then. I want us to focus on that. They dressed that devil. They did that. They imposed Prophet Keys on us. We went against that. They attacked this network because this network decided not to bring Prophet Keys, but they attacked this network and we succumbed to that at that time. Why now the Unity Party acting like they own the moral ground? No, they don't have that moral leverage. They don't have that moral ground. The Conagre and them don't have that moral ground. And Dr. Bopler, I take my hat off to you, my brother, to stand up. Because at that time, I did not see you and calling for Prophet Keys. But I remember in the back, we had to, because we succumbed, we had to convince Dr. Richardson because of that. Because she stood her ground and said no. But the Unity Party called, they attacked, they said Prophet Keys. Reason number one, they enjoy Prophet Keys insulting President Weah's mother. They enjoy it. Joseph enjoy it. Why now?
Thanks for your contribution. We're going to move ahead. Let's listen to the Solicitor General, Fayad. This is him today. Let's hear what he has to say.
In the Republic of It's a very good opinion. It's a door opener for the justice system in Liberia. Nobody misbehave and say you are hiding under the free speech. Free speech has limits. You listen to the justice opinion. Opinion was very insightful, and she served as an example for those who go around insulting all over, insulting government officials, insulting private individuals, That is wrong.
Some people see this as a clampdown on free speech, especially so when there's a provision under the Constitution of Liberia that calls for freedom of expression.
How would they cry more than they are bereaved? The guy who insulted said he is wrong. He apologized. He feel that what he did is wrong. How will anybody feel that it is not or consistent with law? The ruling was consistent with law. He himself believed that what he did was wrong. So the Supreme Court acted properly. The court acted properly. And to all of them will be insulted of all of the people. Keep yourself within the pale of the law. Make sure that you don't go beyond the bounds of the law. We don't insult women in our country. In fact, where some of all come from, you insult women, we excommunicate you. We do that because...
Where is that?
That is the Northwestern Belt. The entire Northwestern Belt. Lofad, Nimba, Bon, and Cape Man. You insult women publicly like the way he does, we excommunicate you. We don't do that. We don't accept that. Even if you are crazy, you can't carry it to women. So what he did is very, very bad. But the good thing is he recognized it. He said he was wrong. He pleaded for mercy.
And that's what I want to say. Then we'll go to the phone line. But that's the Solicitor General of the country, Councillor Fayad. He said,
can you give me 1 minute, please?
Well, let me let this thing out. It's very important for us to do so, guys. Wait 1 minute. I beg you. One thing he said, and I don't know why Clinton got it. And it is true. Prophet Key admitted to his crime, to his allegations. Nobody can doubt it. Prophet Key went to the court and said, "You forgive me, what I did was wrong." Prophet Key went to the court. And maybe that's why we are missing here. Why would the Prophet Key were going to challenge the court? And said, "This is my freedom of speech." I want this to sing in the Liberian people head. Why would Prophet Key were going to go to the Chief Justice and the rest of them and say, "I have the right. You cannot punish me. I've committed no crime." Then what? But Prophet Key took that responsibility and he went to the court. After this, he went to the court and he appealed for mercy. He said the court was credible. Listen to Prophet Key.
Okay. So, and I gave him my word. Because the court had never given me mandate before that I disobeyed. Okay. So I told the court that the court will forgive me. Okay. Moving forward, I'll put a man call one side.
Prophet Key again on record, right? Listen, we can have our own yama yama here and there, like the brother said. Prophet Key said, "I wronged the court. May the court have mercy upon me. I'm asking the court to forgive me." And the court didn't have mercy to that punishment. The court went for the 6 months. But if Prophet Key were to say, "My fellow Liberians, in this court, I have committed no crime. That's my freedom of speech," then what? Then what would be your argument?
So, Stendo, can I come in 1 minute?
Stendo, let me let the honorable man come in last.
I'm going to bring the honorable Yeke to come to you, Paul Kennedy. I'll bring the honorable Yeke.
Honorable man, I don't want to be held in contempt.
No contempt here. No for excusing power.
Because these people are trying to weaponize freedom of speech. So I don't want to be held in contempt to speak after this honorable man.
Let Yeke go ahead. Let Yeke go ahead. Yeke go ahead quickly.
Okay, that's good.
I don't want for Honorable Paul to hold me in contempt. Big brother, I'm very sorry. No, Stanton, let me tell you something. Let me tell you what they did to Prophet Key. They went to Prophet Key and said, "Look, their case here." The court knew that they had no case. So what they did was they play on Prophet Key. Say, "Look, just extend apologies. We will tell the court to release you." And they never knew that they were trying to entrap him. So by the time he extended apologies, the court had ground to say, "Yes, now we can hold him." If it were me, I would stand by my statement. I would not revise it.
But then you just try to sing it right. Nobody asked Prophet Key to act by that. Prophet Key says he's an open man.
I tell you.
No, nobody asked Prophet Key to act by that.
Stand up, can I learn, please?
Yeah, learn.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, go ahead. You're good, go ahead.
Stand up, you can hear me?
My man, go ahead, bye. Nobody tell you to get Ghana cell phone. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's a lot of delay with.
Oh, okay, am I okay now? So don't man that Kante Attorney. He's not a serious person. When Julie carried her case there, they were handling the case criminally. They dropped the case. That today he know women were abused. That today he know that. Don't put all graves because people are looking for job around here. They think we don't know them. They are serious people. I may get moral to be discussing serious issue. He does not have the moral to discuss serious issue. So don't bring that kind of mess on the platform for you to be playing here recalling. Where was that man when Judy carried her case and he told her people to drop the case? When Buju Ben Keita said they should drop the case, where was that fireman? Don't forget moral. We're talking about moral issues, bringing people on moral to discuss moral issues.
All right, Yeke, you can get vexed all you want. This is exactly what we are saying. You play with yourself and what you do, you fall inside. Listen, guys, let me be serious. Prophet Q went to the court. He acted like that. The court ate him. The court provided him a lawyer, and the court provided him a prosecutor. Friends to the court. That's a cycle. That's a brother who walked in the needle from Prophet King. And so admit that he wronged the court. You are under contempt, and you admit it, that the reason why they brought you in is true. You offended the court. So therefore, the court took action. Guys, let's wrap this thing and go to the full line. The Liberian people want to speak. We'll give them 1 hour to speak. 1 hour they will say their own. I want to say to all of you, if you disagree with the decision of the court, Prophet King gave himself to the court. Prophet King gave himself to the court. Look at what Tawan Gonglo said. We'll play the Tawan Gonglo piece. Tawan Gonglo was right. But what if Prophet King want to say no? What if Prophet King want to say, I'm not guilty, Paul? Let me come to you, Paul. Forget about what the SG said. Prophet King is on tape saying, I am guilty. Have mercy upon me, our Father who is in heaven. Forgive me of my iniquity. I fell to your feet. And forgive me. And the people say, we got him. We're not temple mercy. With justice. We'll go for the 6 months. We're not listening to that Bople. We'll go for the 6 months. Did it break the law? It reminds us on the Sunday evening in Liberia. Who broke the law? The Chief Justice Bishop broke the law. Dr. Morris broke the law. Who broke the law yet? When you surrender yourself to the court. Paul Kennedy, let's hear you.
Stanton, we have to be careful. And I said this from the beginning.
You have to be careful.
No, Stanton, they're coming at you. They will come at you.
They can come at me.
But let me finish now.
You cannot say that to make me scared.
But exactly what's happening now is that the court is going to weaponize free speech and use the power of contempt to get
so because people are that scared and they're coming for me.
They're coming for us. For everybody, But listen now, gentlemen.
That's a slippery slope. We're talking about that.
You heard the Solicitor General.
No, Jacob, you're right, Paul. You're right.
Please protect me. Let me finish. This is a very
we can't protect you. You are the mercy of the court today. We cannot protect you.
This is a very important issue, and because the court has an unchecked power, any one of us on this platform could be arrested, incarcerated. And so from today henceforth, I'm very careful with my language, and I am speaking to the issues and only the issue as such. Because let me tell you,
are you giving?
But you need to give me man. Because the people so complicated in jail, I'm scared. I don't want to put me in jail. I'll be very careful. I'm going to baby. Let me scared because Brother Cannon brother is on the bench. Now why you say he's scared? Because Brother Cannon brother is on the bench. So he's scared.
Yes, can I finish my point now? I'm scared.
Yeah,
This is a bad precedent that the court is setting. What if this was a passenger on the keke rider's keke, and that passenger was insulted by the keke rider, their mother was insulted, and the passenger took this case to the Supreme Court? Would they judge this case in 2 days and put the keke rider to prison? Is that what they are calling defamation of character?
That's not what they call defamation. No.
But so the denigration.
That's a point too.
Yeah, but I'm making my point. You're listening. You hear my point. I would think that denigration would be when Prophet Key on his video said, "Oh, the court is incompetent. The court is corrupt. The officers are selective in rendering justice." I would think that would be what this matter was going to be about. I would think what defamation would be was when Prophet Key said the judge is a crook, he's taking bribe, and he's closing blind eye, and this land issue is making people homeless. That I would think that would be a defamation of the judge's character and belittling of the court. But Stanton, they never said any of that today in the rulings. What they said was that Prophet Key has been insulting prominent people, mother, and that this is a precedent so that he never insults anybody's mother again. Is this what our country has come to? Why are the justices even listening? Why are they even on social media? Should the justices be on social media listening to people's opinion?
Yeah, but Paul, you gotta make it clear. You gotta
I can't way back. Can't way, but remember, not everybody can't way back.
Make it clear.
Can't wait, but man, stop unmuting yourself. I wait.
We need to be careful
Oh,
because
is this a 10-second you asked for?
That's my 1 minute. Don't tell me about 10 seconds. I never spoke on this issue, so don't tell me about 10 seconds.
Oh, make it clear.
Today you are laughing. Today you are laughing because it's not you. It is not you today. So you are laughing at it, and everybody else has the right to laugh. But tomorrow, when you come,
don't develop feeling. Not Prophet Key. Now you.
No, but it cannot be Prophet Key because it could be Prophet Key today. The Satan trap is not for right alone. It can catch Prophet Key today. It can catch anybody tomorrow. So Liberia, when one person, let justice be done to all men. At least that's what I thought my country stood for. But my country now is coming to the point where justice is left with those people who are on the bench to execute it the way they interpret it.
Well, I disagree with you.
That is a bad precedent.
Well, thank you. Because
when somebody
I disagree with you. Thank you, but I disagree with you, Paul. Thank you very much. I disagree with you. Because the thing that you don't understand, they are saying because you fighting in Yukon Town, right, on Popo Beach, you call your friend man, your friend calls your man, then you're going to Supreme Court and stuff. No, there's the denigration of the court. And we need to understand this. Paul, hold on. Paul, let me make my point. Kev, I have to mute you like that.
But you interrupt me all the time. You interrupt me.
Yeah, I agree. Paul, you got to understand. When you denigrate the Supreme Court of the land, that's your problem. The people that sit on the bench, 5 of them, they have right to hold you in contempt. You cannot say because I'm in Noah Panton and I cause my friend man, it means that Supreme Court is less basic. They will say, oh, Stanton can. You cause your friend man in Noah Panton, you're fighting. We'll hold you in contempt. No. You enter the Supreme Court. You cannot do that. Now, you said something, which I will give the rest of the guy the chance. You tell me, and you tell all the social media panelists and platforms, so you gotta be careful. You cannot say somebody corrupt. You cannot say, well, this allegation, we got corruption in this place. No, you can't. You should say that.
Stanton, can I ask you a question?
Let me finish, sir. You asked me. These are allegations. If you go to the Supreme Court, you said Paul was engaged in corruption, paid to play conflict of interest, and we think that Paul wasn't, and we hold you in contempt, prove it. For example, the latest case against Spoon Network under the very CDC. You remember that? Joe, we had government shut us down for nearly 6 months because they believe that the court was right to go through Wilmot Smith and file a bogus case that LDCC charged Wilmot Smith on. Were they right to go after not only the network but me and to close us down, to hold us in contempt because we reported a story? Guess who opened it? Guess who actually intervened? Who was the justice in chamber? It was Justice Bessie. Let me critical and be very, very sincere. Make no mistake, I'm not here to defend the Chief Justice today. But if you denigrate the court, you should be held in contempt. And when the man was held in contempt, the man said he's at the mercy of the court. The court, he wronged the court. And the court took a decision that is precedent today. And that's exactly, I pray that they forgive him. I pray that they intervene. I pray that Prophet Key walk out. But you know why? The decision of the court, my opinion, the court needs to be respected. The court needs to be respected. That's what we said, the Supreme Court, supreme. And if we all come and denigrate the court, insulting the women on the court, insulting them, it's not only because of the insult, it's because you denigrated the court. They can find every reason.
Senator, let me ask one question. Let me ask you a question.
Over. Let me bring that to Bobler quick. Then got that Richardson. You can take over. That Bobler, you have a question.
But don't go. I want to ask you this question.
I do. That Bobler will ask me.
Yeah, I do.
Come on, there. Don't ask question. You talk. When they give your opinion, the opinion you be given.
Go on, get on people on me, man.
Please.
All right. So you seem very stuck on the right of the court. I don't know. For me personally, I'm not arguing that. But let me ask you this question: the lawmaker have a right to get a car every 3 years. Do you think it's helpful for the population of this country when they have a car, they will get another one? That's their right. That's law. But the district education officer ain't got motorbikes to go to the thousands of students in the county. For me, it's not what's lawful, it's what beneficial. And I think we'll be mistaken to think that the ordinary Liberian feels encouraged and confident about their freedom of speech. I think this has frightened a lot of people. So for me, it's not the court was wrong, it was helpful. A different verdict could have helped more. You could accomplish two things: pay some fine, and you already say you're not doing it again. So for me, it's not the court was wrong, but did it help us? Did it help our democracy?
So what's your question for me? So what's your question for me? No. What's your question for me?
The question was, I already asked it, but you act like you didn't want to answer. I said, no, it's a law that the lawmaker get a $45,000 every 2 years, whatever. But do you think it is beneficial and right when education is our biggest challenge and the district education don't have motorbike, but that's the law, so they get the car? Do you think it's right? It's not the law. The law is established. They're entitled to that. But the DEO ain't got money and education is a priority. That's the question I'm asking. Do you think it's helpful?
Briefly, I answer you. Come back on Monday, we'll address the lawmakers and we'll address the Department of Education. Right now, we are on Prophet Key. Come back on Monday, I can promise you. We'll address it.
I want to shortly address the question that you asked, Santa, and then I think in some way I'll lead into what Governor would like to add on. You said that because Prophet Keys admitted his guilt in court, he said he was sorry and he was not going to cuss anybody anymore. Therefore, the court was right. That's kind of a little bit of the argument that you're making. But I'm here to say that witness intimidation is real. And what happened today in the court sentencing Prophet Key for man-cussing, they sort of adjudicated this case, tells us that all of our freedom of speech is threatened, that we can be intimidated. Okay, that we can go to whenever we speak, we have to watch how we speak. And I think what leads into what I believe Governor is going to say, how we are defining contempt, okay, maybe differently. In Liberia, contempt is you can't cuss judges, you can't cuss lawyers, you can't cuss who the bishop is. For the rest of the world, or from what I read, and I'm not a lawyer, but I'm a thinking person. Contempt is if you use your disrespectfulness or your disruption to undermine the court. So the question is, how did Prophet Key, how did his man cussing undermine the court? That is
Stanton
the
would never
question.
tell you that. He would Stanton would
I
yell
will
at you,
answer.
never give you that
If you
answer.
give me a chance, if you give me the chance, I will answer Dr. Richardson.
No, but let me follow up.
Dr. Richardson, I will answer when you give me the chance before the American lawyer come in. You gotta understand this. I'll give you the chance before the American lawyer come in.
But then why am I not answer account Monday? Why am I not answer account Monday?
Because no, you're gonna answer because you're talking about lawmakers, so that money will talk
I believe that Prophet Key was intimidated by the court, and that's why he agreed to apologize and said that he will never do Marcus again.
So let me say this. Let me take it from you.
That contempt, okay, is based on where you are. In what way did Prophet Key's cousin undermine the court? That's the question I have.
Dr. Richardson.
Yes.
Prophet Key, right? He's nobody. The man can speak French. He speak Gio. He speak Mano. He speak Madingo. He speak English. He travel all around Africa and the world. He's not a bad. Prophet Key, right? He was tuned. That be straight up. He was tuned because what happened here today, everybody needs to understand how you play the game, that how the game will play you. Prophet Key had no reason to take their advice, whether from lawyer or friends or politician. Just go in there and apologize, and people will let you go. The people will let you go. Just go and apologize. The Chief Justice Basil wasn't planning to let Prophet Key go. You know, we all from Nima together. The Omeja went to apologize. Calm down, don't call some people. And Prophet Key walked straight into it. And he apologized. And they had the authority based on that. Listen to Council of Fire. The only thing they wanted to hear Prophet Key is to say, I'm sorry. So who fault it is? And Prophet Key was going to challenge the system, right? Bill Nelson Mandela, put him to over 27 years in jail. He was going to say he's a champion for Liberia.
I agree. I was going to count on those
free at last, like Martin Luther King. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last. But Prophet Key covered himself in. Prophet Key, I would talk, he went to the court, he started crying. So therefore, the court make a decision that was in the interest of the court to set a precedent. You don't need to insult a judge. You don't need to cause mind factor. You need to discuss the issue. And that's my answer to you. Let's move on. Jacob Jada.
I was going to follow up with Dr. Richardson.
When you're in a position of power like the judges, and I'm taught that when I'm in a position of power, I don't play people. I speak to the fact. That's what I expect.
The Chief Justice didn't play him. He played himself. To him, that thing he's wise, got to be wiser. Go ahead, Clinton.
I see a lot of the argument. People jumping around.
Clinton.
Yeah.
Counsel.
Go ahead again. Yeah,
Can you give me 1 minute?
Go ahead.
Dr. Richardson, the vice president gave Prophet Key $1,500 US yesterday and told him, just go and tell the people, sorry, you will spend the weekend in jail, we'll free you on Monday. That what happened. Okay. They play on him.
So
and Prophet Key was saying when he come out.
So you get Wahoyi in contempt. You got nothing to show that the vice president gave him 1,500. Well, wait for you.
Using it now. Look, but the point I was going to make, right? Liberia is a fairly new country in terms of 100-something years, but there are countries that are older than us, right? And we have a system, legal and political system, that we came from somewhere else. And so when you think about some of our concepts, they may be old, but they're new to Liberian dispensation. And so to further discuss them, you have to go outside. So the question I was going to ask you, do you know this idea? People talking about the man court, bring the court into disrepute, public disrepute. Do you know where that idea came from, bringing the court into public disrepute? It's an old English idea. And the reasoning behind that were the judges were representatives of the monarch. And so when you insult a judge, you're bringing the court into public disrepute. And that went on for a while. Do you know even England has abolished that? You can never be held in contempt for disreputing in court. It's clear obstruction. Now you need to read another interesting case called New York versus Sullivan.
I'm not reading it. I will not read it.
So the point I'm trying to make it, Liberia cannot continue to live in the stone.
Yeah,
age.
man. How about we do
Those,
that by
all the
yourself?
ideas that you are
You know, what's
exposing
about
to
that,
next
man?
people that we are exposing, that we're saying the judges are doing, those are all very old relics of the past. They don't exist in modern jurisprudence.
But Commander, what are you talking about? The boy using 1980 textbook. What are you talking about?
They don't exist.
No,
No,
let me check up, Chada. Check up, bring check up. We gotta go to the phone line. We're gonna bring you check up, Chada. It's important that we hear from our Liberia people. Check up, let's bring you in. Check up, Chada, let's hear you.
Stand up. You see, we're in the modern era, and it seems like all of us Liberians, particularly locally, I'm talking about locally, we have some upgrading to do. Listen, for example, listen to the Solicitor General. You play a video. Is that the Solicitor General, right? Fire. And look at the reasoning of the Solicitor General. It's pathetic. You can't come on this and start talking about people come from your culture Northeast region. Why if Prophet Key is not from your region and not from your tribe? Is he bound by your narrow temporal cultural tradition? No. Right?
But
It's not.
Litigating tradition?
Yes. We're in the, you see, some of these are people they need to follow, international so that they can upgrade. You don't do that. You don't say that. I don't expect the Attorney General of the United States to talk like that, or some of them from Great Britain to speak that way. No, because this is a modern era.
Don't call the Attorney General of the United States. She's a mess. Don't call her name. She's a mess.
Yeah, leave the woman alone. The woman is pretty, she's beautiful, she's smart.
Somebody better deport her.
And not because the woman.
Don't call her name on the show before you deport us.
Yeah, no, so I'm just trying to say, like, you don't speak like that because people are not, in a modern time, in a free world, people have the right to hold on to particular view, to hold to different situations. So we have to upgrade, and we have to know that the world is changing. People are becoming more liberal, people are becoming more open, and we have to come into tune with those kinds of reality, not to impose cultural traditions on people. That's one point. The final point I'll make maybe before we go further, before we go on the line. You see, for example, we talk about whether the code is right, whether the code is wrong. I have said that, and I would like to re-emphasize that point. Prophet Key using manpower costs. For me, if it goes to the limit, I would think that the best the coach you have done, if the coach you have probably if the thing that was beyond, maybe send a man to the Saki to see the counselor. Maybe the man needs help. Why can't we think about modern people will think like that? I say, okay, is this guy having difficulties or having challenges? Instead of you throwing the man behind bar for 6 months, you should be wise enough as a coach, because that's why we have this council of wise men and women. Does this guy need some kind of psychological or psychiatric help?
Jacob,
You understand?
Jacob, can I ask you a second?
You gotta go to the phone line, Kev. You go live. We gotta go to the phone line, Kev.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Well, Bujuba Keita said it is a representation of the president as a legal advisor to the president on the Julie Andy case. But if Bujuba Keita is wrong, should the president dismiss it?
Do you want me to answer that before Jacob?
Go for you. Yeah, go for you.
Let me answer that. And I think so many people getting this wrong. I'm going to take a position tonight that will not be pleasant, kind of great to some folks. Bujuba Keita's situation was exactly what we are saying today, what we saw today. Bujuba Keita said, two Liberian people forcing. One of them say they made Cospin on social media platform. And he reminded this very same Solicitor General and said, we have a law that prevents freedom of speech. It got nothing to do with the ruling today from the Supreme Court.
It has everything to do with the ruling system. Everything.
Oh, man.
So Santo, you say the Supreme Court is above the law?
So exactly. So you're saying
Man, got me there.
Wait, I want question. So you saying it's illegal?
Stop.
So we got different crimes. It's illegal when it's done to one person.
No, but you don't give me the chance to end, Counselor. You are not practicing law in Liberia. What you guys do here, you're scripted. Everything.
Justice is not only a person.
You guys do here, you're insistent. What we're doing in Liberia is different. Probably different. Now, before you go there, you're going to start 1822 when King Charles was meeting Queen Charles. You can do that. That's not what we're talking about. Man, I beg you back. You get all your law answer on your computer. Before you go there, you not memorize it. Let's move on. Right, man. The American law take it for you. Bushman was addressing a different situation. Contrary, but you're still making me laugh. Yeah, American law.
I actually my point. You're just coming up, and so I'm just looking for you now.
I wanted to say something, but I don't want to be high content.
Yeah, we got to go to the phone line. Kev, you gotta go to the airport with your mother-in-law. Your son is traveling. Have a good night. We'll see you again tomorrow by God's grace. Guys, just to remember, tomorrow there will be no show. Tomorrow is Valentine's Day. If you marry, we tell you right now, treat your girlfriend right. If you marry, please treat your wife right. Take her out. Treat her like a baby.
Position at the end of the show?
I told my wife today. I said, please. Yesterday with the children, I said, you guys want to treat me? They said, Daddy, yes, we will treat you. We book a nice restaurant. We will go there and you will pay. So I know I'm going to pay, so I will be treating them. Please celebrate your wife, celebrate your girlfriend, celebrate your significant other. We will not have a show tomorrow. We'll better be enjoying tomorrow. But that's a problem. You go last, and we'll go back to Jacob. Then we'll go to
10 seconds. 10 seconds, Stanton. I just wanted to say I do agree with you that when Prophet Key went and admitted and say I did something wrong, admission in court is equivalent to guilty as charged. So you say I admit. So I already said that, hey, you gotta go on and fought, and maybe from that particular litigation we'll learn something. That said, though, they could have said $500 US, go pay it to the justice system. We need that money, and go and sin no more. So sending him to jail for 6 months, I think it didn't help us. But I agree with you.
They help us. They say they were using it as so that the would-be causers can see it and understand that they will never try it again, go free. So that Dr. Bropler, this thing is calculated.
Yeah, I know that.
People are setting this as a precedent. So
that it's bad. That's why I said it didn't help us.
Yeah. But Jacob, you go last. We have to go to the phone line. Lorena, can you come on, please? Jacob, you go last, sir.
Senator, are we closing on this issue?
No, we gotta go to the phone line. Then we'll come out of close.
No, after the phone line, we'll close?
Yes, we are. We will close. Jacob, are you with us? Can you unmute yourself, Jacob?
I was going to ask a question, Senator, because a lot of things like denigration have been used. Do you feel denigrated if somebody insults you? I don't know.
No, people can curse me. All you want to have business. I don't care.
That's your opinion.
Exactly.
But let's go to the court. But let me finish now. I beg you. Remember, you already declared that you're afraid of the court because Budokan and Brother is on the bench. So you're already scared. We're not talking to you. Okay? You will be running against Budokan and Brother will catch you. But let me say this to you, Jacob. Go back again, Brother Cannon. My brother will catch you and find a reason to jail you. But let me say this to you, Jacob. The court decision today, right? I don't think it was a problem. I just want in our closing, Jacob. It's not what I say. Prophet Key shouldn't have admitted and take blame. That's the mistake he made. He armed the court to jail him. And now we passed that. No one should be afraid that the court will be targeting anyone. You don't have to curse to make the case. You don't have to insult. We don't do it on the show.
I ask you a question. Do you feel denigrated if somebody calls you?
No, but the court, you got to understand, the court is different from Stanton. The court
the Supreme Court.
But it
to
didn't
be
touch the court. He
respected.
said he touched individual judges in the court, and not like even if he said the court corrupt. So all the reports that went coming, all the State Department reports. Wait 1 second. All the State Department reports, all the international report that says Liberia judiciary is corrupt. When you put in kind of Liberia, you put in your whole in contempt, put in jail.
Yeah.
There's many of those reports.
The people gave their own view of the system.
Let me tell you one thing. Wait, hold on. Let me tell you something important.
I'm saying to you,
Wait,
you
when I took the Labrador buy, do you know there was a question on the buy that says it is widely been said that the Liberian judiciary is corrupt. One carries a ratio of a corrupt judge. One carries a ratio of a corrupt judge.
Did you pass the bar? Did you pass?
Yes, I don't have lessons in practice in Liberia.
If he answer that question, he passed the bar.
I was a
Well, no, you will not pass the bar.
Yes. So
the next time recruiting justices of the Supreme Court bench in the interview, the president, first question on our interview will be, will you get vexed? Somebody calls you. Anybody who say yes, they will not go on the Supreme Court bench. That's all I can say.
It's a serious scholarship. When you read their opinions, you're not impressed.
But let me say this, right? Let me say this to everybody. Dr. Gopler, I think you're quite correct. Something new have happened in our country. But I don't blame the Supreme Court, seriously. I blame Prophet Key. Because the Prophet Key we know, right? He who have gone in there to show strength, right? He shouldn't have listened to the public defender to say, just go apologize. That was the mistake, a calculated mistake by Prophet Key. He gave himself up to the court. And the court, in their wisdom, they punished Prophet Key. None of us on the show will go to instruct anybody. It's not right. It's wrong. But if that's Prophet Key's style, he should hold on to that honor, expressing himself, right? Talking about his freedom of expression. But he didn't. After he did everything, then he went and hold the court feet and said, I beg you, you have mercy upon me. And the court said, no, you have come too far, we'll punish you. So we wish Prophet Key well. I just think that they're going to release him prior to the 6-month term. They will release him. But again, we wish him well. And listen, everybody should say to the court, I don't think the court is wish hunting. I get my disagreement with the court. But in this aspect, I do not think they are wish hunting. I think the rule and the govern, and what it did today was in the interest to show respect and dignity to the court. And now everybody should say, you know what? I will wait. When Justice Gbese is no longer Chief Justice, then maybe go cause him or go cause a family member. Okay? But right now, they cannot be said, what the thing about the causing? But people will be jumping around causing and thinking fine. But did you observe prominent people that applauded Prophet Key, that went to, to stand with him, his fans? But on the contrary, too, today people are celebrating because Prophet Key was going to jail. I hope Liberians, you can understand. Let's go to the phone line. Let's take calls. Politically, I don't know what you guys are going to say, because now with this Hurt Unity Party, Prophet Key shaking the First Lady hand, shaking President Baka hand, do you think it's going to hurt Unity Party, or you think it's going to help the opposition? What do you think? Do you think the decision today will help Unity Party or hurt Unity Party? We're going to go to the phone line and take 20 calls, and then we'll close the show. 20 calls from home and abroad, anywhere, your call, just 20. I want to appreciate all the great men and women that joined us today. Stay put. While we take 20 calls, and after the 20 calls, we'll do our closing. If you follow Spoon, it's time for you to call. Your name and where you're joining us from. Your name and where are you joining us from?
Am I live?
Yes, sir. It's time to call. Make your point.
So I want to ask Councilor Dominic Clean on the show. When you Stanton said there was coercion by the SG admission, coercion can be ruled as a felony or misdemeanor. He was coerced to say what he said. How do you see that?
I didn't say he was coerced. I didn't say that.
No, you said they told him to say.
I didn't say he was coerced. I said he shouldn't have said what he said.
No, you were explaining when the SG spoke, Mahia. You said the Babaki went in there and they told him to say, we just resolve the thing as Nimbayans. The man is for Nimba, the chief justice, you are for Nimba. That's coercion. They're making him to say what they want him to say. That can be a felony or misdemeanor.
Okay. So you want the counselor to respond, right?
You can explain.
Okay. All right, legend. Thank you very much. Let me take this call. Your name and where you joining us from? Your name and where you joining us from?
Good day, Stanton, and good day to everybody over there. Stanton, thank you very much for lining on the call, right?
Yes, sir.
But we have to pull all politics aside, right? This is not United Party team or CDC team or ANC team, right? You see, this thing have been long there, right?
Yeah.
They probably keep insulted even the president mother. Let me tell you something today. Call her own widow, like or just asking people. This is the time. And I guess when he leave from there, he will now understand that this is not a rare way for you to fight for Liberian people. There are so many different ways you can fight for Liberian people instead of insulting people, parents, and saying a whole lot of things. Because you know what he said.
So you say the call was right?
Yeah, the call was right.
All right, thank you very much, my friend. We gotta go. We gotta take the next call. Thank you. We got 2 calls. We're gonna check yes or no. My brother said the call was right, and the other brother said he had a question. So we'll mark that. Your name and where you joining us from? Yes, your name and where you joining us from?
I'm D. I'm calling from New Jersey.
Yes, sir.
How you doing? How everybody is
Do you
doing?
think the code is right or the code is wrong, my man?
My man, I'm 100% the code is right.
Thank you.
This dude, I want even for him to be there for us.
Okay, your name and where you joining us from?
Hey, good afternoon. See you from my end. This wish to all of you.
Yes, sir.
Ohio.
Yes, sir.
I think unfortunately it's sad for us. As a for the United Party, we need to stand for something. Every year is a mistakes within the government. The chief justice is embarrassing to us. I hope the leadership.
Do you think the code was right or the code was wrong?
Perhaps his personal business is about him.
I'm asking you, was the code right or wrong?
The code was right in a sense, but
Okay,
indeed,
thank you. Thank you very much. Your name and where you joining us from?
Thing that happened today. This is not good for our democracy because it's impeding people's rights. Because what was being done down there, I think you saw, I don't know what he need come up.
Okay, sir. Sorry that you went off on us. Your name and where you joining us from? 4206. Your name?
Yeah, this is Mark. I'm calling you from the UK.
Thank you very much, my friend. Was the code right or wrong on Prophet Key?
Code was very right, Stanton. We gotta be clear in our country, especially we as Liberians from where we come from.
Thank you very much. Let me take this one. I beg you, can you please put the number up, please? Please, can you put the number up? Let me take this one. Your name and where you joining us from?
Hey, this is a man joining from North Carolina. Hey, Stanton, how you doing?
Super, sir. Was the code right or the code was wrong?
I think the code was absolutely right, but it should attempt, mercy with justice.
Okay. Thank you very much, my friend.
Yeah.
Your name and where you joining us from?
Hey, CEO, my name is Alfred Popo, and I call from Minnesota.
Alfred, talk to us. Was the code right or the code was wrong?
Well, I side with the Supreme Court morally, but I saw a Supreme Court who always says that they don't go around looking for cases. I saw a Supreme Court that went around to look for their own case and brought their case. They were the referee, the player, and the goalkeeper at the same time, which served a very bad precedence within our country. That's what I see about this whole thing.
But you didn't say you said the code was right?
Yeah, morally, I think they were right.
Thank you very much. Let me take this one. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yes, this is Mahmoud calling from Islam.
Mahmoud, talk to us.
Yeah, the other previous caller said morally the code was right, but legally they were not right. Given the fact that Prophet Key spoke outside the code and you see a lot of stuff and
judges. Those were things that I thought the judges were going to deal with, but they left it and dealt with something that was not important for the legal proceeding. So I think they missed it legally.
Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you for calling. Your name and where you joining us from? Yes, talk to us.
The code was wrong for putting Prophet Key to jail.
Thank you very much, my friend. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, hello, Uncle Pete, the man from all the counties.
Uncle Pete, talk to us, Chief.
Yeah, I'm calling from Minnesota. Step down,
If I all the county, your phone number not working, Uncle Pete. For all the county, that way your phone number not working. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, step down. How you doing on the show there?
It's super.
Yeah, this is Saturday. For me, I think that is it's not supposed to be a court business. You abuse my mother or cut my mom. I see you face to face. You and myself fight. If you're able to beat me, you beat me. If I'm able to beat you, I beat your boss. Then and that would be that would be something that.
What's the code wrong?
I don't think that should be a court matter.
Okay, so you think the code was wrong?
Well, actually, yes. The judge shouldn't go after Prophet Key. By right, he's out of facing Prophet Key to be a boss.
Okay, look at that, probably out of facing Prophet Key, my way, man. Thank you. Now, let's go to that friend, take the course.
You not see Prophet Key? They got not see Prophet Key.
Thank you, Lorena. Lorena, let's hear you.
Must call.
Yeah, let's just put 5, Lorena. 5 would be good.
5 or 055101075. We have the first caller. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, you're live. What's your name, sir? This is Spoon Talk.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Super Maurice.
All right. Was the code right or wrong? Your sentence, Prophet Key.
Very, very right. Right?
Okay.
The quote is right because same for our sentence as like this. Except for Prophet Key.
Thank you very much. The code was right. Let's move on. We got to catch the other people, please.
Good evening.
Even Laurie, doing other people.
Yeah, you're live on the show.
Let me start the thing. There was a farmer, animal farm. And
you can tell your story now, sir. Just tell us if the code was right or wrong.
The code was right.
Thank you. 077771075 05551101075. Good evening.
Hello.
You're live on the show, man.
Yeah, Mary, you from Tiaman.
Okay, Mary. Thank you. All right, we'll take another one. Good evening.
Hello.
Yes, your name?
Yeah, my name is Sando. Calling from New and I want to start from people will be predicted. They were 110% right.
Thank
but
you.
I don't want to.
All right. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is
What's the code right or wrong, sir?
100% because our content
100% what, right or wrong?
100% right. We need to respect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
7. It's okay, sir.
Yeah, go ahead. We're getting there.
All right, 077771075 055.
We need 7 more because we are we do what? I remember we need if we get 14. Yeah, we need what? 6 more. Go ahead.
You are live on the show.
And for 100% of the Kidu.
All right, code was wrong. All right, we'll take another caller. Good evening.
Hello.
You're live on the show.
Yeah, I'm younger and mother. She's on New Matari.
Okay.
Those days for any lady and lady to take the abuse, they used to find them. They're much more about men abusing lady than that. So the call was right.
Thank you, Mama. All right. 077771075. Good evening. Yes, you're live on the show. You are live.
Yes. The code was wrong.
Thank you. 077771075 777-075. Good evening.
Yeah.
What's the code, right or wrong, sir?
Money program and a couple members of the
All right. All right, 077771075, 0555175. Okay, we'll take one from here. Good evening. How are you? Okay, what's the code, right or wrong?
The code was right.
All right, sir. Let's take the last caller for now. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
What is your name, sir? What's the code, right or wrong?
The code right because it's getting too
All right, that's it. See you.
Thank you very much. We want to say thanks to all of you. A beautiful show today. On this note, we say thanks to all for watching Spoon Talk tonight. Closing statement coming up next. We do appreciate you. We took how many calls? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. All of the 20 calls, 16. 16 said the caller was right. 4 said the caller was wrong. 16, the caller won this one today. And I know if we were to just continue on to 50, a lot of people are going to say the caller was right. Now, to each his own. We said, thank you for joining Spoon. What happened today? A couple of stuff happened today. When we were Prophet Q are going to say, no, I disagree with all of you, 5 of you. Put me in jail. I don't care. I will continue to say what I have to say. This is my freedom of speech. Then what? But Prophet Q agreed that he committed a sin or offense. He went against the court. How can you explain that, though? The man that committed his own crime saying, I'm guilty. So everything else everybody said, temper mercy with justice. Hey, Dr. Bobler, a religious man. Dr. Bobler is a pastor, he's a reverend, he's a deacon, he's a bishop. He talked to God every evening. He will. I believe Dr. Bobler will. He came to my church. I got a picture. Dr. Bobler can sing. He can preach. He can pray in tongues, everything. So he was going to temper mercy with justice. We know about justice, but he said maybe he doesn't go to church. He don't know what mercy is, but he ruled according to the law. We know about Governor Clinton. He's an American lawyer. No disrespect to the brother, but he's not practicing in Liberia. Do not be afraid, my fellow Liberian. Do not be afraid. The court is not coming after you. But the law will always be the law. And what we saw today, I will close. I expected Prophet Key to challenge the system, challenge the court, and he didn't. The court had an upper hand, and the court was wise enough, and the court punished him. So on that note, we move. Again, I will say to all of you, there is no show tomorrow. Please treat your female companion, your wife, your girlfriend, your significant other with the love and respect on this Friday the 13th. Tomorrow is Valentine's Day. Love them, treat them well, show respect to your female children, show respect to your wife, and have a wonderful Saturday. We always stay home and celebrate. But we'll be back here on Sunday, one-on-one with the CEO, with new information for you. Thank you for trusting Spoon. All 500,000+ of you that join us today to cover the Prophet Key story, we say thank you. We believe in you and we trust you. May God save our state. May God bless the United States of America, of whom most people are citizens, most Liberians are citizens. And may God bless our country, Liberia. I will pray it be better. The Honorable Yeke Koluba, thank you for coming. We will begin with you, your closing, sir.
Thank you, Stanton. I'll make him a statement. The decision today by the Chief Justice was to only benefit him as an individual. It was not to benefit the women of this country. If you wanted to seek the interest of the women of this country, when what a woman carry her case to the court, they shouldn't have thrown her case outside. Instead of, you know, I listened to Kanyo. Kanyo came personal to talk about, when we talk about AK, then we'll bring in Yeke. I agree. But can Kanye tell the people what damage his father caused in the country? Throwing people, children in the way. He got moral to talk about war business when he benefited from the looting his father did in this country, killing people and putting people, children in the way because they were abusing the power in this country. The same thing you want to do, jumping from CDC, coming to the other place. Kanye father they drove Kanye father from Grange there. That he entered into Nima County, and you know Kanye father was involved with a lot of dubious things. And Kanye came to being
That story
with the
was Charles
situation
Julu.
of rape.
That story was Charles Julu. That Kanye about.
Please, I beg you.
Let the brother close. We gotta go
Don't
home.
talk for
Please.
me. Don't talk for me. I beg you. You don't know Kanye. You don't know Bagbala more than me. You don't know Bagbala more than me. You were sitting here while Kanye was talking. Did you correct Kanye? You didn't do that. I beg you. Don't get involved when I'm speaking, please. So we don't want Kanye. I don't want Kanye to be acting as small boy. You talk and leave. You are supposed to stay here so we can talk, so we can know how you was a mistake to come on earth. Your father was a rapist. You came to earth by
So
mistake.
yeah, B. Kanye is not here. He's traveling. When he come back, we'll invite you and Kanye will talk. But we
Thank you. I hope I will
tonight.
appreciate you do that. I want to
Yeah.
respond to him in his face
Give me
so
a
he can
chance
know what
to
damage his father caused in the country that he benefited from. That they
trust
put
me.
looted money
We
to
will
throw the
give
same to
you.
school.
We will give you the chance to respond. Trust me. We do appreciate
Thank
you
you.
coming on tonight, Yeke. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Have a good night. Dr. Richardson, let's
Thank you.
come to you. Lorena, we understand that you have to go. Thank you very much. You can take us off the radio and I will end the show online. By 11:30 Liberian time, our producer have to leave. I want to say thank you for producing today, Lorena.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Lorena.
That everybody say, hey, Lorena. Thank you,
Happy
Lorena.
Happy Valentine's Day. Happy
All
Valentine's.
right.
Day. Happy Valentine's Day.
All right. Dr. Booklet, Dr. Richardson, go ahead, then we'll go to Dr. Booklet.
It was a good show. And to those who are listening to us, we come here to ask questions about our beloved country. So the question that I have today is, number one, it took a 5G speed for the court to address Prophet Key's issue. You know, it just went straight to the Supreme Court. They didn't even stop, you know, at the civil court level. So it leaves me wondering, is this how court cases are supposed to, you know, be in our country? Number two, Prophet Keys cussed Justice Bissell's mother. He had been cussing my mother, and I'm sure there's other mothers that he cussed. There was nothing the court said about that. I mean, the Judy Andy's case included, although I understand it was a little bit different in terms of her suing for slander and labor and defamation, all of that. But this case said the Justice Bissell definitely said that he cussed his mom. So that leads me to wonder, was the court speaking for the rights of women and the citizens of Liberia, or was it speaking for Justice Bissell? Are we at a place where it's about authority or domination of our court system, or are we at a place where it's justice for all? And that's the question that I have. Yes, this is a slippery slope. I like to live in a country where people who are in position of power would act as if they are in position of power. Like they won't be played, because people in position of power know how to behave. You're not going to be playing people who are victimized. And somebody raised a good question here. They said, you know, can the court be the jury, the justice, as well as the plaintiff? So that's a good question. So having said that, Stanton, I still have a lot of questions, and I will end my comments here. Thank you, everyone.
Dr. Richardson, you are the only female that appeared tonight, with exception of the producer. You want to talk more, you can talk about Valentine's Day. We don't want to get in trouble.
Thank you. Well, I wanted to make an announcement.
I won't get in trouble.
Thank you. All of those
you will be held in contempt.
Yes, thank you. Well, I'm talking about something different. CMC is having a meet and greet tomorrow. If you are like-minded, like I am, thinking about the development of our country and development issues and how to transform our country in a 5G way, like the way that the court was taking, the case was taking the court in a 5G way. You know, not this slow, crumpy, slow step that our country has been developed. You can consult with the president of the local chapter, that is the Philadelphia, the Delaware, and the Jersey chapter. Tomorrow we are having a meet and greet. So I want to wish everyone and all of my fellow panelists that I hope that you have a happy Valentine's Day as well. Thank you for reminding me. But I know I'm going to be spoiled tomorrow. I know my husband's going to spoil me tomorrow.
Let me ask you a question, though, anyway, because I know that the Bobler got to speak. That the Richard say, let's just understand that when the people come out tomorrow, can you please tell them to be able to call in when we open and do another straw poll?
Oh,
and
yes.
They say yes, they support Musa. But anyway, let's move on.
No, yes. Something I wanted to say briefly. I wanted to say this briefly. You know, since this whole week, I was thinking about if my students presented their dissertations, which I serve as chairperson of many dissertations, and they had 100 participants, or they had 20 participants. Yes, we can use it as an opportunity to learn. But can I use their findings as a way to generalize, to say, oh, this is how all Liberians are thinking or feeling, the 5 million people? So that was something I was thinking about. There's something that we can use to learn. Get those who were listening at the time, those who are radio viewers, maybe those that we can generalize our findings to them.
If you have 109,000 individuals watch the show, all of the 109,000, you got 100 of them call, and among the 100, one person say hi to Musa, then I get problem. But that's not what we're discussing tonight. You want to say Stanton? Somebody sent me that Richard said, "Baby, they won't buy you a home in container and listening." But let's do this. The person says, "Stanton, the code was not only right, but the professor or Prophet Key himself said that the code was right." You have to note that the superior evidence in law is the emission from the horse's own mouth. Whether the code was in error or not, the error was cued by Prophet Key himself. He was represented by lawyers, and both his lawyers and himself, Prophet Key, say he should be penalized. What can any critic say beyond what Prophet Key has volunteered himself to accept? The people saying the code was right or not is immaterial. The highest evidence in law is the emission from the horse's own mouth. Nobody can beat this statement because this is unique, and this is the argument. That you cannot come here and tell us, oh, Stanton, don't listen to this, because you know what? That the Bobler, the code is wrong. The man admitted. So that Bobler, let's go back.
He's sleeping on the couch tonight.
No problem. I'll stay on the couch. No problem.
He asked me a question here, and he's not home. I'll just say, he's texted me. Have I ever seen anyone cuss the justices, the Supreme Court justices in the United States? That's what he asked me. So that's the conversation we're having.
Yes. Yes, yes. On national TV, they have condemned the Supreme Court justice, even recently. Yes.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. He's siding with you. He's not siding with me.
He's siding with me because the fact remains is that, but you were getting your own trouble. I ain't your whole to your business. That a problem?
There's two on the couch tonight. Valentine's Day.
Yeah. So Stanton, thank you for the show tonight. Thanks to all who made the show what it was. I always appreciate when we hear from people. Again, those are also into statistics, that's a primary source. But for us in these matters, it's bigger because we're not just talking about a data set to draw some conclusion about something over here, about theory. We're talking about the lives of people. a country with 5 million wonderful people. We have our set of challenges, and we have to be mindful as we move forward. So close, we all need to reflect on the true value of citizenship. We don't like to think about it, but we should. We live in a country where our economy is dominated by non-Liberians. Contracts are given to non-Liberians before you can get to Liberians. Non-Liberians get to the front of the line. Non-Liberians have bought power and privileges in all places. And so your citizenship value reduces to your vote. But at least your freedom of speech, something that is so cardinal to who we are and our identity as a people. We need to be careful how we manage. The responsibility is on both sides. I need to be responsible with the privilege of my freedom of speech. And those who have the opportunity to respond to it should also do so. And history will show, and I will close here, that the country that allowed the most freedom are the most developed in the world, period. And I challenge anybody to prove me wrong. So we can act like we want to constrict, we want to discipline, and all of that. But please, let's respect freedom of speech and give Liberians an opportunity to feel like that's the one thing I got and nobody's taking it away. It adds value to a citizenship, builds confidence, and enhances creativity. Tonight, I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong that the decision of the Supreme Court didn't hurt our democracy. I pray. You know, I always pray to God standard to be right. I'll pray to be wrong, that I'm wrong, that we can get better from this place. But I think decisions like these should not be made. It hurts our path to progress and freedom for all. Thank you to all. May God bless our democracy as we look ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Bobak. We appreciate you all. We're going to go to Phoebe. Phoebe, sorry you were driving. We're going to keep you on. Thank God that you're home. Let's give you the chance to close on this subject.
Yeah, so good evening, everybody. And it was a good show, good argument. You know, balance. Everybody spoke their own, took their side, and that's the beauty of democracy. And I agree with the point. You know, admission of guilt will definitely be a good point for the justice. I always tell people, whatever I do intentionally, I don't apologize for it. I only apologize for honest mistake. But if I decide, I made up my mind, say this is something I'm going to do, you go up, you can't apologize because I know that I did it intentionally. So if the Prophet Key did what he did, and to go to the court, that even the chief justice had no grounds to punish Prophet Key or even hold in contempt for insulting his mother. On the issue of the corruption, yes, the corruption allegation, that was a good ground for contempt, but not insulting of his mother. And so Prophet Key admitting and being sorry and showing remorse, putting at the detriment of the court's decision, and that's how the court exercised the abuse of power on him, and so he had to live with the outcome of that. And the court also, you know, their own judicial rule 2.7 say once you have interest in the case, you can sit on it. So the Chief Justice had interest in this case, so he shouldn't have sat on the case. He should have left it with the other 4 justices to deal with it. You know, so that I think the first place was the first procedural error and the first wrong that was done. And so there are a lot of issues. You know, nobody support Prophet Key insulting women or insulting mothers or insulting people with mothers. But you cannot also allow justice to be abused by those that are managing and you know, the justice system. Because when they start to abuse it, it becomes dangerous for everybody. I saw my man Paul, you know, my father-in-law Paul was getting afraid and say he will be very cautious in what he will say, speak to certain issues, and will not say certain things. So that's intimidation right there. And you know, from the court. You know, so and that should not be done. And you know, we shouldn't be insulting the court or insulting anybody. That's why you see on the show with as much as we can. We don't go about endorsing insults, But at the same time, you cannot use that as a basis for criminal contempt. And I know we say, the different articles in the Constitution, you cannot use those different laws to repeal the constitutional provision on free speech. But at the same time, using criminal contempt, I don't think it's something that should even be active right now, because the Abdul Kamara law repealed that, all those different provisions. So you cannot be using, insult as criminal contempt as the court ruled in the case of Prophet Key, on Friday the 13th, which is was a big stuff. So we hope that people can see it from that angle and understand how the law works and not put their feelings in it. I think the Supreme Court put her feelings in this instead of using the law. And that's dangerous for the country. When the justices are using their feelings instead of using the law, it becomes a problem that everybody should be afraid of as a country, because they might just randomly see themselves as little gods that are untouchable. And I agree with the point that Clinton made, and I said it before. This is where the legislature comes in. You should be able to put the Supreme Court in check. If the Supreme Court is going out of bounds, the legislature now should, because they're the only one got the power to put the Supreme Court in check. So they need to go in there, go back in chambers and say, look, we cannot allow the court to be gods. They have the right to interpret the law, but they got restriction, they got limitation. So the legislature have to play that role as legislators. They don't just sit over there and just write big cars and take good salaries. Review the existing laws on the book, review the impact of the dispensation of justice, and you make corrective action to protect the country. You cannot allow the court to be supreme over everything and can just decide what they want to do. That is detrimental to the country's own democracy, and it shouldn't be allowed in our society in this modern day and age. Every good jurisdiction and democracy, insulting outside of the court, you cannot hold anybody for criminal contempt for that. Within the court, you can be held, but outside of the court, you cannot. And it shouldn't be done.
I'm sorry that you came late, my friend. We cannot have that. We cannot have that argument again. We're never really
the ruling has been passed, but the legislature should act and correct it for future.
That's what I'm saying. I hope you were here earlier. We're going to disagree with you and how it's done. But thank you for coming, my brother Fubi. It's always good to see you. Let's bring in Governor Clinton, the American lawyer. Governor.
Look, this is a good show. I'm glad I was able to make it today. Look, I said from the very beginning of this show that the judiciary today overstepped its bounds. This is an attack on free speech, and I say this, because this is going to open a floodgate. Remember, we have the legislature that has similar contempt powers. Now, where do you stop? If you insult a legislature, do they drag you? How many people are you going to drag and hold in contempt? Look, I listen to a lot of conversation, and you have to understand when you do that call survey and you hear people supporting the Supreme Court, most people don't understand. And most people are speaking based on our culture. You have our society we come from, costing people mind, and they're speaking based on the sentiment and talk. They don't understand the far-reaching implication, the impact of what this decision means, right? And I see the thing Washington Post and say the man went in court and he admitted to, and in law, when you go and admit, when you go to court, even me, if I go and tell a client, say, I want you to take a plea, do you know what it takes for a judge to accept a plea? There's something called a colloquy. Do you know what questions have to be asked of that person? If they're in sign mind, if they're being forced to do it, if somebody's intimidated.
You didn't take a plea. You didn't take a plea.
Okay. I'm addressing I'm addressing the fact that you're trying to raise that he went in court and did. You know that you can file an appeal based on the fact that your lawyer advised you certain things and you did it, I violated your rights. You can say it in effect as assistance of counsel. So the fact that Prophet Key went there today and maybe you're told by his lawyer and the people around him and said, go and just say, hey, my man, hopefully the court can let you go, and he said it, doesn't negate the fact that the court is wrong. just because he did it. So if somebody who didn't know better went and did something, doesn't mean what the court did was right. This court is wrong. And let me bring you back to this argument before I go, that this is not practiced in any serious jurisdiction anymore. Not in the United States, not in Great Britain, nowhere in this day and age that we are holding people in contempt for public disrepute to the court. That has been abolished in jurisdiction across here. The only thing you do now, if you go,
don't forget, in Liberia, it's illegal to hold someone in contempt.
Yeah, but making
no, you want that to the people. It's not right. I know you will go to England, you will go to Scotland, you will go to this place, China, you will go to Israel.
So what authority did the court say today that it used? The court says today it has contempt powers, right? The court interpreted our powers to mean if you call somebody, but then you have to look to other things. The KOK Act, it says you decriminalize free speech. So which is which?
But my brother, you agreeing with the court, then you say you disagree. But
I don't agree with the court. I never agree with the court on this platform.
Does the court have a contempt power?
The court power to interpret the law is not absolute.
Interpreting. Does the court have a contempt power?
Give me a chance now. The court power to interpret the law is not absolute. The court power to hold people in contempt is not a carte blanche. The court can't hold you in contempt for everything.
It's such a simple question. Does the
court was wrong when he said even if you pass out the Supreme Court and they didn't like it, they can hold you in contempt. That's wrong. Contempt is very specific. It says you can't do certain things to impede the function of the court, to impact the administration of justice. But if you insult individual judges, my friend, if a judge feels defamed, let him go to court. Let him prosecute that case, and let's see. And then before I tell you this, even have a higher, way higher standard as a public official. If you try to even, pursue any kind of defamation suit, it's almost impossible to prosecute that, because the higher standard you have to prove malicious intent. And all of these safeguards are in place so that public officials don't intimidate people so that they can't criticize it. And I agree with Dr. Bopelite tonight. The Supreme Court said a very bad precedent. And look, we've rolled back for the freedom of speech 30 years. This is what we're doing way back before. This is what we're doing. We came out and said, we have to stop that. Let's decriminalize speech. We did that now. This Supreme Court is saying, let's go back. So good show. Thank you, everyone. I look forward to the next show.
The next time this guy go to court, I'll go with him. I will make sure that
fly to Massachusetts.
And I'll make sure they will court hold him.
I just had 2 cases dismissed yesterday too.
You're doing extremely well. You're making a lot of money, but you're dead trying to keep it alone. Well, let's see if you.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. And gentlemen, it's always a good thing sharing the platform with you all. I have 2 very beautiful daughters. I was born by a mother. I have several sisters, some of them biological, some of them adopted. Profanity is not a civilized approach to any human being. But is it wrong? Is it a denigration? Is it considered a defamation? You have to prove that. It's somebody's opinion. Somebody said, Paul Kennedy, you stupid. That's your opinion of Paul Kennedy. Does that make me stupid? I don't believe so. I don't think so. Somebody insults my mother and says, whatever they figure of my mother, that is that person's opinion of my mother. And I agree with Gamaliel Clinton. There are lists of cases under the Supreme Court of the United States that, they insulted from July 25th of 2016 with, the opinion of Ruth Blatter on the Supreme Court on the conservative and Clarence Thomas. I mean, the whole dates are there. But like Stanton asked, is this also right under the Liberian law? So in the context of Liberian law, maybe now with the power of the contempt with the Supreme Court, they have to begin to decide, look, if Jacob Jalla says somebody is stupid, that's a contempt of court will arrest Jacob Jalla and put him in prison. That's the court's interpretation of contempt. What I'm saying here is we have to manage that interpretation of contempt before it becomes an abuse of power. Kamala Clinton raised a very good concern. The legislature also has the interpretation, the power of contempt. And I've been hearing people here on this, in the country, passing around insulting members of the legislature, causing their mouth. Do they arrest them too and put them in prison? Look, let's be honest and clear here. No educated person goes around and insult. I mean, I always tell people who come on my post and insult me personally, I say you are limited with words. That's why you resort into insulting people. You are uncivilized and you are limited when you insult. But people have the way to express themselves, right? Is that free speech under our law? Our law says yes. Now, when you say, I will slap President Paul Kennedy, that becomes a terroristic threat. That is different from free speech, because Paul Kennedy is the president, and now you're saying you will slap him. So that's a threat of menace, and that's a threat of violence under the law. You can't say that. You can't say you will slap President Paul Kennedy or President John Doe. You cannot say I will beat him. I will beat the president. You cannot say that. Under our law, and under most laws across the world, that becomes a terroristic threat to the president. But, people are using the interpretation of the law, Stanton, to satisfy their own behavior, their own stuff. And today I heard the Supreme Court say everything about Prophet Key insulting government officials, but did not say the one thing Prophet Key did that I will consider a defamation of the court, which is by him inferring that the court was corrupt and the people there are taking money to close blind eye on justice being heard. And as a result, a lot of people are suffering and sleeping outside. Could that be considered a defamation of the court or inciting people against the court? That would have been a better argument than saying, oh, the man passing around insulting people, man, and insulting government official mothers. So let's use that as a precedent to correct him and all other persons who want to insult government official, man. Is this what our country, Liberia, has come to? It reminds me of the 2011 case in Malawi, where the justice minister wanted to make sure anybody who farted in the public, farting in public should be a crime in Malawi. Go and Google that case. The court had to come against him and say, listen, we can't allow you to be prosecuting people who fart in public. But the Attorney General wanted to criminalize farting in public. This is what happens when a society becomes gullible and they agree with anything people in authority say. All I'm saying here tonight, that it is completely wrong for the contempt powers to be used at the will and pleasure of the people who have it, and being that you want to interpret the justification of it. Because tomorrow they will come after people and trying to make it whatsoever it is.
Thank you very much.
Prophet Key went and
we got a little great.
and whatsoever. I just don't think it was a good thing.
Thank you, Dr. Bopla. Thank you for coming. Colonel Gray, let's hear you.
So a lot of the times, people make an opinion and they hold that opinion to their death. That is the oldest, emotional attachment to anything in life. Our laws have mitigated the idea of people bringing on their suggestions as to what the court should prioritize or how issues should be looked at from the perspective of the court. Brother Bropler said the court should look for something mutually beneficial or helpful. That is a subjective standard. What could be mutually beneficial to him could not be to you and myself. So, and Brother Jalaya said they should commit people to psych eval when they make those kind of comments. You see, these are all the personal opinions the court itself, have addressed by apportioning that supremacy to a body of individuals to interpret and lend their own opinion. And only one group of people say, oh, you should go to the legislature. In 2020, Fangon was sent to jail on contempt charges and by the very legislature. And that tells you that it doesn't take away the power of the legislature when they exercise it at that level. And you cannot come now and interpret what primarily is the function and duty of the Supreme Court. Supreme. Whatever they say, until we change that supremacy within our laws, they are the only body left, you know. And some people are afraid that they should pursue the corruption allegation. They have no evidence. What the evidence they have is a misconduct. Under our laws, misconduct, you understand, includes abusing or insulting a judge. They didn't say in the chamber or outside. They say you should not insult a judge. Now, if you want them to go after another case, if you take away that ability to exactly enforce their authority on what constitutes the law, why should they go after you? You render your own opinion. Oh, they were wrong there too. They know that they are corrupt, but they still, you know, no matter what you did, that's why they try to mitigate that by saying, look, only that body can interpret. And I think the admission of guilt by Prophet Key helped him. This is punishable up to 5 years in prison. And I think the judge was, or the judges, they say, well, he did not belabor the matter further, so we can pursue it, that he should be held in contempt. He has admitted that made the matter even easily solvable. And what they did, they gave him, you know, a mere sentence of 6 months. It could have been worse. And I think that should help him. You should look at it that way. So in the future, when you commit those kinds of crime, you should know exactly what the law prescribes. The law is prescription. It's not by our own, you know, endearment. I can say some certain thing, you can say certain thing, that person can say. It's all an opinion. That body of individual, you know, is the body that is responsible center to interpret the law, and nobody else. Any other person out there is a personal opinion. What they say, their Lord and gospel. That will make them supreme. If you want to take that away, it's your right. Center. And by the way, that when you're sampling for an opinion on a research, you sample X amount of people. You don't go take the entire nation. That will cause sample size. When you interview in a primary research, you interview X amount of people. You take that as the basis of your population study, and that is how you're going to interpret the data based on that.
Let me bring in Jacob. Jacob, thank you very much, Conor. Jacob, let's hear you that you're the last man standing.
Yes. So, Stanton, one thing I would say is that the reason why some of us, I would say for myself in particular, the reason why I'm engaged in public debate and public dialogue in this country on network like these right now is simply only because I have confirmed within myself that I can hold polarizing opinion, that I can hold difficult opinion, that I can hold sharp opinion in this country, and I can express that opinion freely against people who hold power, who control the military, who control national security, who control the court as a layman. But I'm confident that I can share that opinion on a platform, and I can go around Monrovia about my business and come home and I can feel safe. The day I start to feel like if I share opinion and I have to look over my shoulder, I would never come on Spoon Talk, I would never talk politics. So the freedom of speech is extremely sacrosanct. It is sacred. It is so, I don't know what the word to use. It is everything in a democratic environment. That is the reason why, for me, any sign I see in the exercise of that, any sign I see in a democracy, in a country where there is step, even if it's a baby step taken to try to control or to try to put some restraint on the exercise of that freedom of speech, it is scary for me. I take serious exception. I'm very sensitive to that. Especially people who have power, people who have authority in the system like this. So there where the worry about slippery slope to tyranny, to the abuse of power comes in. So then that is the case in this, because this is a country that we had dictatorship in this country before. We live in a tyranny in this country before. Understand that. We live in a particular context. We have wars here where people, university students, were stopped at checkpoint or executed because they expressed views when they were students at the university. We have people here who were jailed under dictatorship. We have, how many dictatorships we had? You know, the dictator under Tubman. We had a dictatorship under the military. We had a dictatorship under Taylor. We have wars. We have violence. So you have to understand the context we're in here. This is the first time in the 170-year history, 70-something-year history of this country. For the last 20 years, we have actually had democracy. This country has lived for the rest of its history in tyranny and dictatorship. This is the first time in 170-year history for the last 20 years we ever had anything called democracy, free speech, and freedom of expression. So some of us, we participate in this space because we think it's a free space. So when we start seeing people like the Justice start trying, even though if Prophet Key's speech is difficult and sometimes hard to swallow, but if we start seeing somebody catching feelings, like a Chief Justice catching feelings, also people catching feelings, because somebody exercise, somebody say words that push them to the limit, and they can send them to jail for 6 months, and they're feeling so hurt that somebody call them over, somebody feels so hurt, it is very, very scary for many, many people. So for me, that is my worry. I worry about that a lot. And people who run this country need to pay attention. So, for example, the president of the Republic of Liberia, we are criticizing all the time, yeah. But the president is far, far more powerful than the Chief Justice. He can send spies to start telling people, yeah, he can tell, because if we say something you're not happy with. So that's why the whole argument of the slippery slope comes in. So, you know, when Gamble Clinton says some of these things, for me, that's the thing. So we have to be extremely careful. And Paul keeps saying that we have to be very, very careful, because power corrupts. But what about absolute power? It corrupts absolutely. And when people get power, they quit to get drunk with power. So that's why you have all these safeguards in the law. The legislature got to check this. You know, United States, we see that Congress is there to check the courts. If you do something, Gamble get a beautiful explanation in the 1800s. A judge sent somebody to court because the judge felt that they may undermine this. The Congress come and said, no, that will never happen here again. That's an abuse of power. The judge get it too powerful, so we check your power to say, yeah, you get power, but we can check. So we have to find a way to check each other. The legislature got to check the executive, the judicial got to check. We got to check so that nobody gets drunk with power in the democracy. Otherwise, you see plenty of people start going underground. You'll not get panelists from Morovia. That's so you're in America will start talking on these shows. So this is important. Thank you.
Even all in America will be scared because you talk.
Please don't go shout fire in a crowd and talk. That's freedom of speech. Don't go in a cinema and say fire. They will come after you. I mean, the impudence.
No, that would be wrong, right?
Well, but that's
wrong.
That's false alarm. No, that's a terroristic threat.
No, that's a terroristic threat. It's freedom of speech.
No, come on.
So which means freedom of speech has limitation.
I agree. No, we all agree on that.
Yeah, and this is one of the limitations. You cannot cross a judge.
But Ed,
is my cross part of limitation?
No, you cannot cross a judge because then you limit the.
Can I do my closing real quick? Because I think that I believe that intentionally we are putting feelings. And we are creating an avenue to scare our fellow Liberians. Some way, somehow, I will agree that the lawmakers should step in when necessary. Under these conditions, I don't think it was necessary. And I don't think it is necessary. We can disagree on the show and share our own views and opinion. Thank God that we have the time to do it. But make no mistake, Prophet Key fell at the feet of the Supreme Court. He went there. He told them, say, I'm sorry. Let's watch this. At this one, I'm trying to upload something yesterday. He apologized to the court. He was at the mercy of the court. He admitted I was leave this in the mind of the Liberian people. Where will Prophet Q going to say no? I challenge this court. That's fine. And then
you left fighting business.
And then today, that's how you change things when you fight. If you don't fight to change things, then the system will remain. Then today, what was going to happen to the Supreme Court? They were closing the October session of the court. They were going to grab Prophet Key without due process and put him in jail. Prophet Key could have taken a lawyer. Everybody that's supporting him, they said, put money together and get Prophet Key a lawyer. Where were they? They all ran away from Prophet Key. They ran away. Everybody that said, Prophet Key, go tough for me, go tough for me, go tough for me. When the time came, they left me hanging. Fubi, you know that. We know who all can pay Prophet Key and Prophet Key tough for them, the in government, the outside government. When the time came, they didn't help him. They left him alone. Prophet Key took a poor man lawyer, a pro bono lawyer, a defender, a public defender. And that's how public defender will treat you because they are busy. So let's just agree. The court decision today, not to scare and intimidate the freedom of speech. No. We will come on the show every day. If we have reason to condemn the government of corruption, we say it. To condemn ministers and directors of corruption, we say it. We'll show the document. Will they suppress us? Will they say, no, we'll shut down Spoon FM? We'll close Spoon FM down? When the whole story about Spoon Network came and they said, oh yeah, Joel said he didn't close, the former president said he didn't close Spoon Network. Some people believe it, some people didn't believe it, right? Spoon Network was closed. But it was open again because they had nothing. I'm not afraid when somebody come one day under this government and say, we'll close that Spoon Network. You do me a favor. 65 employees, we'll save our salary, we'll save our gas. Close it down. We'll take the building back. My wife will take her property and put it on the rent and make some money. But the people of Liberia, those people that rely on the network, they will be punished. And this government is not willing to do so. But we should all say yes, indeed. We should bring some dignity, some sanity to the discussion, and we should respect the court. I want to play this. This is the thing I think people should be worrying about now. This is exactly what's about to happen. Listen.
Our cousin Joel, yeah, not our cousin. Yeah, our cousin Joel, and yeah, collected money and give it to you to win election. You not sure that I've been posting fake. We just made Nima County man Chief Justice. People can talk. When you talk straight, it's asking for you. So he made Nima County man president, no happy. Just Chief Justice job, Nima County girl. Chief Justice job. People can talk.
You see the political message that will be coming out of this? And I want to leave this with you. Fubi, you see the political message that now he's not cussing. He's making a political argument. And that political argument will go a long way. So the question we ask our fellow Liberians, do you think this will help Unity Party or it will hurt them? And Monday we'll have that discussion. Because when Prophet Key is out, he will be swinging from all cylinders. Do you think if Unity Party sit back and allow Prophet Key to complete 6 months in jail, do you think it's going to help them or hurt them? And this one, like you listened to him for 16 many years. We made the Chief Justice for Nima Chief Justice. If we made Jeremiah president now, then what will happen? It's time for them to think. It's a powerful message, political message. I will play one more time with Betty.
Our cousin Joel, yeah, not our cousin. Yeah, our cousin Joel, and yeah, collected money and give it to you to win election. You not sure that I've been posting fake. We just made Nima County man Chief Justice. People can talk. When you talk straight, it's asking for you. So he made Nima County man president, no happy. Just Chief Justice job, Nima County girl. Chief Justice job. People can talk.
So on that note, I want to say to all of you, been a wonderful show. Have a wonderful good night. Enjoy your Valentine's Day tomorrow. Let God bless you. Yeah, we gotta leave some for tomorrow. My brother Jacob, don't be afraid. They're not coming for you, right? They're not coming for you, Chico. If they come for you, they will meet
No,
us.
I get calls. You know me, so I
Don't
get
call
problems.
the Chief Justice, man, please. If you there.
No, that's not only the Chief Justice, man. Don't cost anybody.
Don't cost my cost.
No, don't even cost anybody. So let me have a
Anything
good
you say that allegation.
That thing remind me of we have one pastor on the camp called Reverend Crab in Budubro.
Yeah.
He said, Rebel, you don't fear God, you say you want power. Rebel came my man and I'm verming. Rebel came my father and I'm verming. Rebel go to my home, Rebel root all my things and I'm verming. But the poo Rebel move my living room that I want verming. So you call it just a correct in there, but if man calls, I'm going there.
No, but I think it's just a dignity, and I want to say to all of you.
I just end the show. I wanted to say one thing. One of the reasons why I'm very reflective about this is that you have to look at the context of our country. There's a lot of people who just abuse power in the country. I'm speaking about that. People we take advantage of the have-nots. We do. Okay. So this is why I'm so concerned. To what extent can anyone who's in bishop, who's in power, abuse, authority? That's why I'm concerned about, and that's why I want to be careful about. So that's why I stay on to speak about this tonight again.
And even I agree with that, Richard. So listen to Prophet Key. He said the court is credible. So who can argue with the man that going to jail?
That's Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and
But Stanton, there's something about intimidation. Okay,
that's not intimidation. Nobody on earth can intimidate Key.
I mean, because he felt maybe he could have felt like
it is credible. The man that is sitting out in jail today said the system is credible.
I think that I don't think he said that from his heart. I really don't think he said that from his heart. I think he said that.
You know the man had the distance.
I think that many people in our country do things and act in ways to please people who are in authority. That's why we have to.
Dr. Richard said,
that's why we have.
You are overstepping your boundary. We'll hold you in contempt on the show.
Please,
the man that is in jail today, the man said the court is credible. The man went to the court and apologized to the court. The man said, my people, I'm sorry, you forgive me. He came outside on his own free will. He said the court is credible. Nobody can intimidate Prophet Key. He's fearless. Nobody. So the fact of the matter is that the court action, everyone that have an issue now, they should appeal to the court and ask the court to consider Prophet Key. And on humanitarian reason, probably they can release him. But for us to sit there and condemn the court, that brings severity in the country, that we're not here no more man cause and power cause, but we discuss issue, we disagree, and discuss issue. The grown up in the room. You have a good night, my people. And may God save our state. Good night.
Good night. Enjoy yourself. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I want to say to all of you, don't mind Jala, leave me alone. We want to say thank you very much to all of you. A beautiful show. Now, listen, we're off tomorrow. We'll be back on Sunday with one-on-one with the CEO, and I can guarantee you will want to like it. It will be beautiful. Thank you for all your support. Thank you for all your encouragement. Thank you for making Spoon #1. My sister Fatima Bilal, thank you. Sabron Harris, Timba, Anna, thank you. Sissy Paul, hey sister Sissy, how you doing? Thank you. Jacquees Mez, it's good to see you on. Deborah Kramat, it's good to see you on. Rufus Tor, Arochie, let's call your name, Marilyn Gibson. Yes, that's you, Marilyn. Deborah want to recognize you in a very special way. Nathaniel Fallet, thank you very much. We said thanks to all of you. You know what you can do for us? Go on the Facebook page and just follow us. Be part of the group. Be part of the program. that whenever Spoon Talk come on, you'll receive the link. Just go and follow us. Be part of the family. We love having you. We love that you join us every evening. Though you disagree with us sometimes, but this too can make life real better. So be safe. Happy Valentine's to you. Enjoy your good Valentine's Day. Eat good. Have fun. And then we'll see you on Sunday by God's grace. Have a good night.